Doesn't sound that bad.
No.
Yeah, I'd
All
like to
set.
be there.
Okay. All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the November 6th meeting of the Ware Board of Selectmen. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, with public comment, Mr. Butt has asked to come up first, so, Dick,
It's not for public comment, though, right?
it's fine. I'll give you a few minutes.
At meeting, regularly scheduled meeting, my name was mentioned as in context with some minutes back in 2013, and it was implied that I was supporting indefinitely the use of the fields over at East Street for agricultural only, and it was not. And my statement was, unless there is a conflict from someone in Ware regarding haying the fields, Vice Chairman Butt sees there's no reason why Mr. Anderson can't continue haying the fields. And the key words there, unless there's a conflict. I think we do have a conflict now in terms of the use of that field. There are a couple of other things that were mentioned in the minutes that weren't mentioned 2 weeks ago. And one of them is, and there's no attribution for this statement, so I don't know who made it. But it said the easement would preclude heavy equipment, but recreation and education are allowed and are a benefit to the town. The board went on further to discuss the commitment to Mr. Anderson, and Mr. Anderson wanted a 5-year, to hay it for 5 years. I don't think it's a good idea to make that level of a commitment, and the board basically agreed that Anderson could hay the fields for that year. There was no long-term commitment. I think the fields are probably a good idea to look at them and maybe consider them for athletic fields. That's all I had.
Thank you. Okay, anybody for public comment?
Frank Campana. I see on tonight's agenda, there is a request from the police chief for an emergency purchase of cameras for the building. I'm not questioning the need or the use, but on September 20th, September 20th, actually I have this wrong. I think it was the 9th or 20th. I attended the CIP meeting, and the chief was there to present that same request. I have the form that department heads submit, and he has that at a $35,000 expenditure. I hope tonight he will tell you what he told the CIP committee, that it was a $35,000 request, and I hope that he explains to you folks, because the question was asked of him, where's the money coming from? And I might add that on the request, it does show a warrant article, so something's changed. I don't know what it is. But the chairman of the CIP asked where the money was coming from, and he responded in 2 ways: where it was coming from, and at that time certainly related that he had about a $70,000 surplus in a certain line item. So I'll leave it at that. Hopefully he'll say what it is. Hopefully, if he doesn't, the board will ask him. If you need to know, I can tell you. Tonight also, you're doing the setting the tax rate. It'll be interesting to see where the taxpayers fall on the scale of things. The board had unspent earlier this year. The board had unspent money from the non-union personnel raises, the article that's on the warrant, and certainly I can be corrected. I have no problem with that, but I'm pretty sure that you used the there was a surplus in that article of what was requested of money. And you use that to, that surplus was used to give the highway department a 50-cent an hour raise. And I'm not questioning, you know, probably the need, but here's the expenditures, you know, coming. And I believe, I'm not quite sure, that you also gave a raise to the part-time transfer station people. That is questionable, I'm not sure. So now tonight, also on your agenda, there's a proposal for unspent highway wages to fund a bonus agreement that will never end. You'll never take that money away from them. Next will be next, coming in the future shortly, there'll be before you a budget surplus presented, and the funds from those will be posed as a wish list for departments. So I'll be running to, you know, grab the brass ring off the merry-go-round. So, you know, it's in all this, I guess I better turn this over, is even with the passage of the proposed budget that you folks have. I've said it before recently, you know, you got your proposed budget, and it's still not enough. You're asking, and the commitments will never end. Thank you.
Hello, Kyle Parker, Old Francistown Road. A couple of weeks, probably a month or so ago, I was in and I was going to speak on behalf of Travis Cochran and an issue he was having up at his property. I'm sure you're all aware of what that is. I'm also going to speak on behalf of the Pratts. They both know I'm speaking here tonight. I was in the office working here as the inspector at the onset of, they had already been started, but pretty close to the beginning of those projects. And I had brought forth information that would have been helpful for the Pratts and Travis Cochran. That information wasn't acted upon. And I guess I'm here tonight to say it's really a shame that the two homeowners are spending money on their own attorneys while also having to pay tax dollars for a town attorney to fight against themselves. And I've watched the meetings, they've been in here a lot of times, and I just think it's a shame that they have to deal with that. Thank you.
Dave Pratt, Winter Road. So I knew that Mr. Parker had found some things going on at my neighbor's house early onset, because there's documentation in the files that state that. And that's probably the only thing that I've heard that aligns with anything that I've seen in documentation. I've requested RSAs to try to get more information. It's my understanding that more people were involved in making the decision to pass that permit than just Kelly, who, you know, seems to be the fall guy for a lot of things, is the way I see it. I'll be submitting another right to know request, and I would like to know whoever had a part in the decision of issuing this permit. I want that information. I don't want to be stonewalled. I don't want to be rejected. That's all I get from this board at this point. And you'll be hearing more from me. Thank you.
Anyone else? Dick?
I'm a little concerned about the $10,000 per employee that you're going to be giving out to the highway department. I'm not sure how many employees they're short, and I'm not sure how many employees are eligible for this. I heard 6. That's $60,000. you're making a commitment for following years. If you get a default budget next year, you're gonna have to find the money in the budget to cover that cost because you made a commitment to the employees. I would just ask the board, if they're gonna review this, that they review information that maybe have garnered from other towns. I looked at the video of the last meeting and it was said one town. I think it should be more than one town. And to assure us that the money that we're gonna be spending is money that's gonna either bring people to the town or keep people in the employees in the town. We go through this, it seems like every year, and there's never been an issue with an article put on the warrant to increase the salaries for the highway department. You gave them 50%, 50-cent increase. You're gonna have to account for that in the default budget, just like you'll have to account for the $10,000. And I'm assuming that applies to any new hire. So if he gets the full complement of employees down there, that money has got to be found somewhere in the existing budget, as well as if you get a default budget in the default budget. It's a very dangerous situation. I would prefer that you wait till March, put it on the warrant, get all the information that you need from all the towns in the area, and look at the benefits and all the other factors that may be used as a determining factor by employees, as whether or not they want to come here, and put on the warrant. Thanks.
Hi, Jackie Pratt, Winter Road. I just want to reiterate what my husband had said. We also have been to the planning board and the zoning board. Both times, they both spoke and told us that the building inspector should have caught that problem. And like my husband said, we did an RSA, and we do have the documentation where the building inspector did document and caught the problem. So we have gone to the planning, we have gone to the zoning, and we have gone to the Board of Selectmen, and you guys, everybody just keeps pushing us back to the next person. We have done a complete circle for 3 years, and we're not gonna keep running this race anymore in this circle. I also wanted to ask, on a different note, I saw on the Ware Facebook page that, I forget the lady's name, that she had asked for Amazon donations for the food pantry. And I remember, Naomi, and I just want you to correct me, last time you had spoken, someone had asked about it, and you said that a lot of stuff was going bad. So is there definitely a need now? Is that why she's putting out the Amazon thing? Because I would like to donate. I just want to make sure that.
I haven't had a personal conversation with her, but I'm assuming some of the stuff that I've seen is bad. We can't hand it out.
Okay, so they are in need of some more food, and that's, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. We'll move on.
I have a process question before we move on. Chief Moore had requested something to be on the agenda that's not on the agenda, and I understand the CBA part of that not being on there, but what's the reason for the others? Or are we gonna talk about that tonight or not?
That's why he's here. As far as what others? The CBA was the only one that was not on there.
There was 2 components to that issue, and CBA, I understand why you'd want that to be talked about on Wednesday, but the corporal promotion was the other piece of that. And we're not talking about that tonight.
It's not on the agenda, but we are going to touch upon it.
Thank you.
So, Chief Moore for the AFIS machine.
All right, so the state police contacted us and they have obtained a grant through them. This is their grant, not our grant. They've awarded us equipment for an AFIS machine. AFIS is Automated Fingerprint Identification System. They awarded this to 10 communities in New Hampshire. We were selected as one of the communities. They have a grant which pays for machine, which is about $20,000, and reoccurring fees of $3,500 or $3,500 annually. We looked at any other ancillary costs. We have to prepare the booking room to actually receive where the machines would go, which are 2 ports. That's a small cost within my budget. But there is one software program which allows the data transfer through AFIS to our records management system, which is IMC. It's a $1,400 recurring cost. I'll be adding that to my budget, save time. And then we have to purchase a printer if we want a printer for it, which we would do, but I'd also get that in my budget. But essentially, I talked to the town administrator about that. She would, even though the board doesn't have to grant us formal approval for it, since it's not our grant. We just kind of wanted to run by, make sure nobody had a problem with us getting this Avis machine.
So the reoccurring cost of 1,400, you're gonna absorb that even on default budgets with full staff?
Yes.
Okay.
If I read it correctly, the 1,400 plus is all optional things. You don't have
Correct.
to implement those.
We don't, we had, one of our officers, Officer Brophy, worked in Concord. They do not have this software. He was adamant that this is a huge time saver. It'll free up officers, because essentially what happens is we'd have to enter all the information of whatever we're processing in the Avis machine, and then we'd have to go right back and duplicate the same information in our records management system. The software just mirrors up the two, so we only have to enter it once.
Right. The reason I bring that up is because I want to distinguish between the fact that you have to do something
Right.
versus it's optional and it's a time-saving thing.
Correct.
Because you don't have to do it
No.
to accept the software.
Correct.
Excuse me, to accept the machines.
Correct.
The software is just a nice added bonus for you guys to be more productive.
As well as the printer.
Yes, and the
Yes.
printer.
Yeah, the Avis machine in and of itself is a complete system and would still help us out even if we didn't add anything to it.
Okay.
So you're gonna use this fingerprinting machine for anybody that you, not stop, but.
Anybody we
arrest-
process through booking,
Arrest or just through booking, and if they're found innocent?
that's all a state police process. We don't take, we don't take fingerprints out of the system. That's either a judicial process if somebody has their record annulled, or it's a state police process, whatever court process it is, if charged or dismissed.
Okay.
I was gonna add something, but I forgot what I was gonna add.
It says there's also a $3,500 reoccurring fee, which is paid by the state. How long is that paid for?
As long as we have the machine.
Okay. Expected life on it?
You know, I asked this and I don't recall what they told me. I wanna say 10 years, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Do you have any kind of guarantee how long that 1,400 is gonna stay at that rate?
No. We're still figuring all that out. The printer is actually 1,100 instead of 1,300. We actually got a quote from it today.
The printer's 1,100?
Yeah, the state police let us know that they use a specific type of printer which is certified by the FBI to do something, CJIS compliant or something. So you can't hack it, essentially.
So we're still looking at $2,200 before it's ready to go,
Optional equipment. But
with the optional equipment.
a little bit more, there's also 2 one-time fees with the 1,400. So it's really 2,200, but 1,400 is reoccurring.
Right, no, that's why I said 800 to 2,200 roughly. The 780 was a one-time.
So, yep, correct. Yeah, I forgot you had that.
There are reasons people go and get their fingerprints taken, you know, aside from getting booked. Is that something that we can do and charge people for?
Yes, so currently we roll prints, we don't roll a whole lot of them. My understanding, and this is my understanding, I still have to coordinate with the superintendent of the schools. All school employees have to be fingerprinted annually. Currently, from what I understand, and this is just hearsay, they go to Concord because we don't have the proper equipment. If we had which is an APHIS machine, if we have this, they'd be able to come to Ware and stay in Ware to actually get their fingerprints taken, so it would save them a lot of time.
How does that get paid for?
There's no fee with that because we don't have to, so this would actually save the town money because currently when we roll fingerprint cards, we have to mail them. So there is a cost involved to the town. We would no longer have to do that because everything's electronic.
Okay.
If we roll somebody's prints, which is usually part of a job application, we could charge. Some departments, not all of them, charge $10 per use. I actually inquired how many we do. It's insignificant. We wouldn't recoup a lot of money if we did charge for prints. The school employees don't get charged either way, from what I understand. Again, my understanding.
Somebody's paying for it.
Yeah, I haven't talked directly to the source. That might, that's not my system. I would imagine the state, since it's a state requirement for all educators to get printed.
Along with a background check.
I mean, can you quantify the time savings at all? You said, like, the $1,400 per year system.
How long does it take you to process somebody in booking just entering into the IMC?
Right now, with fingerprints, photographs, all the background stuff, probably about an hour.
Well, without fingerprints and photographs, just entering information in the computer.
40 minutes.
So, there you go, 40 minutes per arrest.
And how
Because we'd
many-
have to duplicate all that information in two different
I
systems.
guess, what's the average number of arrests per month?
Currently, we're at 170.
No, not arrest. 70? You said 170 or 70?
We're at 170 on the year.
Yeah.
That is for the.
Okay.
So-
So it ends up being like 120 hours roughly. And then, so, yeah. So hoping to be closer to a break even on the time savings, like, well, I guess, it does, that kind of works out.
17
Yeah.
arrests a month.
Pretty close.
Yeah. I was off a decimal there. Well, going back though, there is not an actual request to us, you're just letting us know?
Correct. Yeah, they picked us, we put our name in the hat and they picked us.
Okay.
We didn't have to do any paperwork for it or anything like that.
Okay.
All the paperwork is done through the state police. We have to do a site survey, where you're gonna put it, can we back up our truck to deliver it, stuff like that, but that's as much paperwork as we have to do currently. We were just waiting for board approval before we move forward.
Yeah.
I'm indifferent. I mean, I think it's gonna save you guys some time. If it's 40 minutes, it's 35 minutes, they could be on the street doing something else. That's my thought. I mean, it's still gonna be some time, I'm sure, 10 minutes, but not 40, so.
I mean, the alternative is to not have the machine, and then it's not a time savings because you're not having to duplicate it because you're doing the current setup of.
Right, but then it's still mailing out,
Okay.
so it takes time for somebody to put it in the envelope, send it out, and,
So going back to something Sherry said earlier about, so this is gonna make it electronic, make it easier to send into the state, but you send the paper ones to the state anyway, right?
Currently, yes.
So there's no like additional data being shared.
No.
no.
The reason the state is facilitating this program, because it's a huge time savings to them too, obviously by getting the cards, scanning them in, entering them, putting all the information in. If cards are incorrectly completed, I get them back, we have to resubmit them, which happens frequently. Yeah, and then they gotta put it all in their system, now it's all, everything's uploaded right for them, so.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm indifferent with it.
I think it sounds like a good idea.
I think time-wise, it's a good idea.
Does this also have the camera in it too?
Yeah, it captures photos and fingerprints, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a picture if anybody wants to see it.
Oh, yeah. No, you include them on the email.
Okay.
You're not posing with it, but you did post pictures with it.
Nobody wants pictures of me.
We got 3D glasses.
Okay.
Which one you want next?
Let's go with the update on the tower.
There's no action to be taken.
Not on our
No,
aspect of it.
because we don't have to accept the grant.
Okay, then why is there a quote or a purchase order included in your package with the signature line?
Oh, that's our $1,400, so we're not committing to that yet, we're still looking at it. That's for the software, not for the APHIS machine.
But I guess to your point, Naomi, where it's, where it's a $20,000 receipt do we have to have a public hearing on that? What's the threshold on that?
5,000, is that?
Usually 5,
5, I think.
Well, it'll be an asset that we'll have to add to the book.
yeah.
Right, so we'll have to hold that, right?
You should hold it, just to be.
Yeah, so,
That's fine.
okay.
So
And we have
I'll
time.
make sure we can go forward with the paperwork, but we can cancel if, for some reason, public
Yeah.
hearing, it gets,
Yeah, but I think there needs to be at least one.
Public
because it's not like they're putting in next week. We're
Right,
still- we
just
still have-
because of the value of it. It's
Yeah, sure.
20 grand,
No.
actually 23.5 if you think about it,
Yep.
so, for the
All
first
good.
year. Okay.
Can we add that to the other public hearing?
No, there's not enough time to
Not enough
notice,
time.
yeah. But we can work a schedule for, he's gonna come for his budget at some point.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm at the end of the month for budget.
Right.
And you said tower. All right, so tower, all the processes the police department was involved with have been completed. The zoning board approved our variance. Our vendor for the tower, two-way, hires a third-party vendor, Tesco, to facilitate the tower application purchase process from the manufacturer, who is Trilon. Once all the paperwork has been received by Trilon, their engineers will provide a stamped foundation plan. That's the current status. We're still waiting on that foundation plan. We try to emphasize we need that before it freezes. Didn't happen. Once we do finally have the plans, we'd obtain a building permit, and then a bid would go out for the concrete work. But obviously, we can't pour concrete when it's below 40 degrees. Otherwise, it compromises and weakens the concrete. So pretty much, we're just in a holding pattern,
Till spring.
waiting for the plans so we can plan for spring and get the concrete poured.
Okay. Is there, I mean, I've been in scanner land for a while, and it sounds like the radios are getting worse. To me, it sounds like they're getting they were always bad. It sounds like they're getting worse. Somebody's bleeding over on one of the voter sites bad, and it's compromising.
I'd say there's a lot of
There's
squelch.
there's some, I say agency, but there's somebody else on another frequency coming in. It seems to be getting worse. Is there a way that, I mean, I know that this is a part of the, this is a vital part. Is there some way we can get the ball rolling with the rest of it, with two-way? I don't know. Can we?
Yeah, I can ask them.
I just, if we can get other things online, other things started, climbers, towers, something, or even have them come take a look and maybe figure out which one's getting bled over, change the PL, so it's a different,
I gotta write that down.
yeah,
You said change the PL?
change the PL, yep. So you don't get that bleed over, but it seems like in the last few weeks, it's gotten a lot worse, to me anyways. Yeah, I was listening last night and it was pretty bad. So, like I say, even if it's just update what we have or investigate it or something, but it's horrible.
Will do. Okay, which one next?
I guess the cameras.
All right. So, Mr. Campaign is correct. I did speak about the cameras on September 20th, but then there was a follow-up meeting for CIP September 27th, at which time I was provided, just prior to that, the purchasing policy for the town. And under emergency purchases, an emergency purchase may be made by a department head, only if the normal operations of the department are in jeopardy. This shall generally mean or relate to emergency repairs to equipment or facilities which must be kept operating to protect the health and/or safety of persons or property. We have hit that threshold. So essentially, I am authorized to repair the system, not replace the system. We worked with the local contractor to kind of figure out what we needed. Selectman Bloom came by and looked at the system because he said he's kind of familiar with it. He pointed out something to me today where the vendor put in, we needed a new server. That was already brought to my attention by the IT person, Doug, from the city, which I was going to do as an end-of-year purchase, the town, not the city. End-of-year purchase, so I might have a duplicate cost there. but we're nowhere close to the 35,000. If the server is in fact a duplicate cost, we're probably looking for $12,000 in repairs for the camera system. Even though I'm authorized to make that purchase, I'd still like to put it out to bid just to, you know, in good faith, make sure we get the most reasonable price for our system. I have wrote up a bid, copies for the board, which I'd like to get, just to have you review and get your input on. If you like it, I'll have it posted to the town website, or I'll ask the town administrator to post to the town site tomorrow, and we'll put it up on our Facebook page so we're compliant with the 2 public notices seeking work. We'll give it 2 weeks and then make a decision after the 2 weeks. And I'll confirm with Doug tomorrow to see we have 1 server, we have 2 servers, or what we have, because that's a little bit outside of my scope of knowledge.
Is this the same issue that we had 3 years ago?
Yes. So it's an analog and a digital system, which aren't communicating, which has knocked out the whole system, and all the analog components have to be replaced. So essentially, we're replacing 14 cameras from analog to digital, plus some other components that,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, and you had emailed this to us last week, and so I've just popped over Friday to look at it, because a couple of things on this jumped out at me. I guess 3 things, really, 4 things. There is a server, the 4th item, and so with, you had a quote from somebody, and then this was pulled over for the RFP, and I would make some of this more generic for an RFP.
Okay.
The 4th one, where it says 1 indoor, i3, AI Pro, 4.5U, yada, yada, yada. That's a server. And so I think that should just be a more generic, like, well, you need to answer the question first. Do you actually need a server for
Yep.
this? Or can you use the one you've already got?
Yep, and I'm gonna send you what Doug also sent me for a server to see if that's more generic,
Okay.
if it
Yeah.
is the same thing.
So, yeah, it's just something more generic so that, you know, the RFP can be, you know, somebody else could fit that server need with something cheaper, possibly.
Okay?
Same thing with the switch. Well, no, that was reasonable. The quote for the switch was $2,000, and in the server rack that you have, there were, I can see the need for a 24-port switch. There's a 16-port switch right now, and you don't have enough spots free to add, to replace the analog cameras with digital ones, because each digital camera is going to take an Ethernet port there on one of the switches. And so if you stuck to only that one switch, yeah, you'd have to expand it to 24. But everything up above, which seemed like maybe that was Doug's territory, and everything below was the camera stuff, and maybe they're separate. But if you could combine the 2, and there are plenty of ways to do that, and there are plenty of ports available.
8-port switch or something? To
Well-
add to the 16, you could get it 24? Is that
I
what
mean,
you're saying?
you could do that too.
Well, yeah, this is your realm, I'm just,
It depends on how, like, how much we can intermingle the 2 networks. If we can say, yeah, these switches are all, you know, if they're like VLAN trunk together specifically, then they're all talking to each other anyway, and you could plug cameras in the top, and you don't need a $2,000 switch.
okay.
But I don't know the answer to how much the equipment on the top of that rack and the equipment on the bottom of that rack.
I might
talk
get
right
Doug
now.
to call you if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
You don't want me to be that messenger.
And I'm not trying to like nitpick every single little thing, but it was
No,
like, it
nitpick
was an
away.
$8,500 server, it was a $2,000 switch, and I was like, I can maybe save the town a little bit of money if I just go look at it.
Okay.
And it might be the right answer, I just like a little more justification.
Yeah, and I know our IT, Doug, his quote was about in that same range, 8 or 9,000 for a new server. I just don't know if it's the same server he was talking about. Sounds like it would be.
It could be, yeah. And the one that was spec'd here calls out like a GPU for AI. Well, the AI is particular for, it's not AI like artificial intelligence. It's like the name of that manufacturer's software they use for video transcoding or whatever. So that's one other way this spec is a little too specific with the
Okay.
GPU for AI. Yeah, but I don't know. Doug and I can hash it out if that's
Yep.
preferable for everyone. And then, like, the keyboard and mouse calls out Bluetooth. That's not, I'd scratch that too, because there are plenty of ways you can have a wireless keyboard and mouse now that are like proprietary protocols. I just scratch Bluetooth.
Okay?
Same thing, okay, 3 in a row wall mount bracket. Yeah, the rest of that made sense. That was it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get that updated tomorrow, have him call you. And I might adjust the dates if it takes longer than tomorrow, because I want to get 2 weeks. It'll definitely be 2 weeks of notice.
I would, I might clean up the top paragraph a little bit.
Okay?
Might just say the system is currently composed of analog and digital components, period.
Okay.
And then probably take out the previous attempted repairs.
Okay.
Line, totally.
Yeah.
I think that's just information that's not needed.
Okay.
But it,
Easy button.
it still covers it, all analog components be replaced by digital list components, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it still covers it.
Alrighty.
Well, and really, at the very last line of that paragraph, a list of components and labor needing to be replaced. Well, these aren't, it then lists everything that is going in, not necessarily things that are being replaced, like the fisheye cameras. They're not being replaced, those are being
Added.
added.
Okay. So added / replaced.
Sure.
Anybody else? No? Okay.
All right. Door locks.
Sure.
All right, so I was looking at this as an emergency, I mean, not as an end-of-year purchase. However, our booking room door locks are failing. They're currently punch codes, and they've actually started to lock us in the booking room where we can't get out unless we have a master key. Obviously, that's a safety issue. Would also, yeah, slightly, would fall under the emergency purchasing requirements in the town's policy. I can replace those locks at $2,030 each. However, there is an opportunity for a savings, because if we buy 4 or more, it's $1,799 each, which saves $230 per lock. Locations where these types of locks should be put on, obviously we have the booking room, but also the evidence room, because it would track, it would log who goes in and out, plus it would allow us to, just like our fob system here, would allow us to lock anybody out if they happen to leave employment with the Ware Police Department immediately. The chief's office closet, which has the IA files, and then the storage downstairs, which also has IA files, so 5 different locks. So we can either go with the emergency purpose or purchase now, or we can talk about the other 3 locks later in the year for end-of-year purchases.
I counted 4 there. Booking, evidence, chief's office, closet,
Two in the
downstairs.
booking. 2 in the booking.
Okay.
When would you replace the other 3 if you don't do them now?
With board approval at the end of the year, but it'd have to be an end-of-year purchase at some time, because I don't have funding for that in my budget.
Is these locks you're talking about, like the locks we had on the doors here?
Similar, so Goffstown Lock and Key we both use them for our vendor. He was saying the fob downstairs, if you added another component to it, it would be what we were looking at. It's card access, so we would issue ID cards that have, I guess they're magnetized, so you hit your card in front of the door and it pops the lock.
Kind of like a hotel room.
Yeah, kind of. You wouldn't insert it though, it'd be magnet where you just,
on the front.
correct.
And right now, you just have the 2 in booking?
2 punch codes. We also have a punch code in the evidence room that's functioning, but when Goffstown Lock and Key came, he said that one's probably not too far behind it.
And then can you repeat those 2 prices?
Yep, regular price is $2,030 per lock. However, he said if we get 4 or more, there's $1,799.
So it would be $6,090 for just replacing the 3 or 5.
Oh, and I do have funds for this in my bottom line budget. So either way, like Mr. Campana mentioned at September 20th meeting, at that time, I had roughly $70,000 into, but bottom line, currently I'm right about $125,000, and that's due to vacancies.
So if my math is right, you're going up $3,400. Yeah, you're getting a per unit savings, but $3,400 to lock up IA files.
So I can give you the background on that too.
Okay.
We've had files taken. So it's kind of important to track who goes in and out of those files. Not any time lately, but they used to keep those IA files out in the department, and there were former members a long time ago who helped themselves to the files and removed files.
Okay.
Now, they're in the closet, but they could still be compromised, in my opinion.
So is there any way to combine those two sensitive locations together to save $1,800?
I'd have to move all the IE files downstairs, but yeah, I could do that. It just mean extra chips, but I mean, that's not a big.
How often do you access them?
It depends, it wouldn't be that much of an inconvenience. I could do that.
Okay.
I could put it on just downstairs. So that's a good idea.
All right. But then going back to something you said earlier about repair versus replace, so I'm with you on repairing the 3, and it would save money to buy 4, but
Yeah, that's why I'm not under the emergency. It'd have to be almost like an end-of-year purchase you guys would want to discuss currently. Do I have it in my bottom line budget? Yes, I do. So we're getting away from the emergency purchase and just looking at a general end-of-year purchase, a little in advance to save the town some money, if you're comfortable with that. If you're not comfortable with that, we'll just go with the end of year.
What was the repair price?
Per lock, it depends on which way you want to go. So if we did emergency, it'd be $2,030 each, plus I think it was a $75 service fee for him to come up and actually replace them.
3 were $17.99.
4, we'd have to do 4 to get the discount,
Wow.
which we would do the evidence room and then the room downstairs and then the 2 booking doors.
And you've only contacted one vendor?
Yeah, the town typically uses Goffstown
Goffstown
Lock and
I was
Key.
gonna ask if that
Everybody-
was the
everybody's-
preferred
yeah.
vendor.
Yeah.
Actually, school does too.
Huh?
The school does too.
Yeah. Where you at, 4?
yeah, yeah. Get the per unit, replace the 2 in booking, replace the 1 in evidence, put one, I don't know. you could
Downstairs.
Put it definitely downstairs, and then,
Yeah, I don't have the room for all the files. There's a lot of files.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I like your idea combining it, so it puts it back to 4.
Yeah, no problem.
We get the 1 discount, and was it 7,200, 7,300 bucks?
Oh, yeah, just shy, 71.96.
Okay,
Saves you almost $1,000.
yeah,
50% discount on the 4th one, really?
yeah. So,
We try.
So where would that, so if you spent that, call it today, what is that gonna do? Because I feel like we've talked about a few things about end of year budget. So what's
Yep.
that gonna do to your end of year budget?
So I'm no longer going through CIP with the camera system. Obviously, it'd be one or another. I'd see where we're at after the repairs. If the server's the same thing, which I do believe it is, it's probably still 8 to 9,000. The end of year purchase I was looking at 8 to 9,000 for a server, and that's Doug was already. He's been on me for 2 years for that. The camera system, if the server's the same, I think would only be 12,000. But obviously we put it out to bid. Hopefully we can get even below that. These locks roughly, well, I didn't do the math. What's that, like,
71.96.
yeah, 7 or 8,000. And I want to say I had something else small. It wasn't big, but that's about it.
So you're not running the risk of going right up against your bottom line?
Oh, no, nowhere close. I'll be giving money back.
Like to hear that? Okay.
you good? You want me to do it?
No, I think, so I just wanna make sure, like, we are allowed to do that.
I don't see, yeah, it's gonna come from his bottom line. Again, I think, sorry, but getting a couple officers locked up in the room is a problem, so. So we're already at 2 minimum. And to me, it's a no-brainer and to me, it's tracking too. To me anyways, it goes back to tracking who's going in the evidence room. So I think there's an added benefit there, plus then you throw the 4th one in for 50%
Right,
discount.
and the 3rd one's close to failing.
Right.
Yes.
So I think, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, but
So.
do we have to, because that 4th one puts us, in my opinion, I don't know, over the line of the emergency repair. So,
He's not asking for emergency.
I know, well, that's what I'm saying, but then,
Yeah, you're correct.
are we allowed to just spend that money, or do we have to go do the 3 quotes and whatnot?
I mean, in theory, it is the 3 quotes.
Yeah.
but also
I guess
too,
we
in
do also have, in the
in the
purchasing
purchasing policy,
are
we have
allowed.
we are allowed, right?
And then, yeah, you asked
Yes,
about preferred
yeah,
vendors.
you just did it, purchasing policy, you guys can change that.
We can override it.
Yes.
And again, and a lot of times, and we talked about, it when we were talking about the purchasing policy is because of preferred vendors.
Yep,
We've, I don't wanna say we've gone around it, but preferred vendors,
think it makes a lot of
we
sense.
utilize,
Yeah,
so.
we don't want
No, and that,
so you're all over the place.
and that's just it, you don't want one company working on one lock and one company working on 4 other ones.
Okay.
You know, to save, think of it, probably $250, right, overall.
Okay, so where's the money gonna come from?
Just bottom line budget. I'll assign it to building building maintenance line. So the building maintenance line would could go over, obviously.
But your bottom line.
But my bottom line is, I'll be giving money back.
All right, I'll move that we approve
confirming
up
What
to,
we're gonna do?
huh?
What number are you gonna do?
I was gonna go 7,300.
Just double check.
He's just gonna check his math, make sure.
And they have the $75 here.
That's why I said 7,300.
You said
Cover that.
$17.99, right?
At 4,
Yeah, but then there's.
Oh, here, I've
there's
got
a
the actual quote.
one-time fee too, remember he said that.
75. Yeah, he said that.
Oh, no, I did too many. So yeah, you gotta do math.
Without the 75, it's 71.97.
96, yeah.
So it's
I'm sorry, 96.
17.99 times 5.
Yeah, 72, 71.
Yeah, with the $75, yeah. Right. All set?
Okay.
All right. All right, I'll move that we allow the police chief to have Goffstown Lock and Key come up to replace 4 door locks as specified. Booking room, 2 in the booking room, 1 in the evidence room, and 1 in the records retention in this building, for the cost up to $7,400 to come from the PD budget. There's
Second.
moved and seconded. All those in favor, any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you. Packets. All right, so I am looking for a temporary reclassification. A temporary reclassification is not covered by the collective bargaining agreement, but by policy, it would fall to the Town of Ware's Personnel Policy Manual. I believe this is a procedure used by the town prior when DPW director was temporarily reclassified as the acting director. Section 4, item K of this manual reclassification, department heads or town administrator may recommend to the board, Board of Selectmen, that an employee be reclassified to a position other than the position currently held. In making the recommendation, the department head or town administrator shall clearly state the reason and provide past and present evaluations. So why do we need an acting corporal? Supervisors play a critical role in ensuring a culture of policing that is strictly law-abiding and community-focused. Supervisors reinforce good performance and correct poor performance. Of our 6 current patrol officers, 4 are probationary. It is critical that all shifts have supervisory personnel on each shift to detect and correct performance issues. In 2020, I brought to the BOS's attention we had 3 street supervisors for 4 shifts. I proposed we promote another supervisor so each shift was covered and the BOS concurred. To fund the change, we would promote 1 corporal, which was a new rank at that time, and when a sergeant left the department, we would not promote another sergeant, we would promote a 2nd corporal. This would provide the department with 2 sergeants and 2 corporals who would be dispersed through all 4 shifts. Financially, what does that mean? At the end of the day, the difference between the salary of the sergeant who left and the current and the proposed acting corporal will result in a $500 annual savings to the town. So I got 4 supervisors for the price of what we were paying for 3. So in accordance with the Town of Ware's Personnel Policy Manual, Section 4, Item K, reclassification, I'm requesting Officer Valero be reclassified temporarily to corporal at a pay rate of $32.63 an hour, which is a step 2 on the current CBA. This reclassification shall expire December 20th of 2023. I offer the following documentation in accordance with the policy. An assessment review of Officer Valero's command-related experience covering the period of September 29th through October 26th of 2023. He demonstrated competency and performed multiple duties that exude leadership. Officer Valero's mid-year performance evaluation for 2023. Overall performance meets or exceeds standards, which was the highest rating available. Officer Valero's end-of-year performance evaluation for 2022. Again, his overall performance exceeded standards, which was the highest rating available on that review. Where Police Department's position classification for a police officer and where Police Department's position classification for a police supervisor 1, which is known as a corporal. So the duties are different and they would require reclassification, which of course would be temporary with an expiration date, as he is currently involved in the promotion process and is my only candidate involved in that process. I did bring Officer Valero in case you have any questions of him.
Question about
Or me.
the acting position. You said it expires 12/20, but if he, which I do not anticipate would happen, but if he doesn't pass the test, would it expire at that point in time?
Yes, it would. So there's a limited scope of responsibilities. He would, if he didn't make corporal by failing some component, because he still has to have his written test evaluated and his oral board, if he happened to fail one of those components, which I have complete confidence he will not, he would not be promoted, and we would have to restart a promotion process to find another candidate, or he would reapply again. So yes.
Where does that leave the pay slot as far as you said, step 2?
Yep.
What if for some reason it falls through? Then what?
What do you mean, which part falls through? Him getting promoted?
Yeah.
So
Where would he come back to?
It's temporary. He would go, I
Back to-
believe that is in the CBA, which would be, if he's given a temporary reclassification, in the CBA, it contains a provision, even if you get promoted and you're on probation, you default back to the rank that you previously were.
In the current CBA, does that makeup have 2 corporals in it?
I'm not sure. It should, because we've had that on the books since
For
2020.
1 year.
I don't know if it specifies how many slots. I know it addresses corporal, but I don't know if we specifically state we'll have 2 corporals and 2 sergeants. I don't
So
know if that's
because we're
in
up for CBA this year, it will go on the ballot.
Mhm.
What happens if it doesn't pass?
We've saved money.
But you've still got a vacancy you've talked about, so what is that saving?
But it's an officer
That person
vacancy.
that's coming in is gonna make a lot less if you're gonna take your money from,
Well, no, because the current budget was for
A sergeant.
a sergeant, which has departed, so the corporal is less.
but when you budget for next year, you don't budget for a sergeant, you budget for a corporal.
Correct. You budget
You
for 2
don't,
and
you
2
don't leave
instead
the
of 3 and
budget
3 and
money in
1.
for
I
a
see
sergeant
what
that you
you're saying,
don't
Yeah,
have.
yeah.
So, I'm not sure how we budgeted the corporal position. Typically, when we do officers, we do a step 5 officer. I don't know if we funded, well, actually, the sergeant was still here, so we wouldn't have done that. So if we weren't involved in the promotion process and I was budgeting, I would budget for a step 5 corporal to put in the default budget. It's how we usually do it, because we budget for step 5 officers when we have a vacancy.
Which is the middle.
Right, which is right in the middle.
Right.
I'm just looking going forward.
Right.
Oh, absolutely.
Default does not have the sergeant
It won't have this, right, the
Does
default?
not have the sergeant.
No, it won't, because you don't have that. Right.
What we're working on now. The default does not have the sergeant.
So what does it have?
It has a step 5 officer. Your proposed has the corporal in it.
Okay.
We might have to take more than tonight to think about that.
Yeah, I gotta look at the math.
Yeah.
Well, regardless, I've still got it in my current budget to
To go
accomplish this.
December.
Yes, to go to December. Because we're funding it with the previous sergeant's salary, and there's still a savings even putting him at a step 2 temporarily.
So it's what, 33 what?
30,
30, no, I think it was 30, yeah, 32 something.
32?
3263, so.
Yep, 3263, which is the step 2 on the current CBA.
And what is he now?
Step 5 or 6, officer? I wanna say he's 5, step 5 officer. But he's the weird one on that separate pay step, so that's even another benefit to get him off of that, so we can get rid of that whole line. But that makes Beth happy.
She's giggly back there.
Yeah. He's the last holdout. We can get rid of that line when we get him done.
What's the board feel?
I don't think we have anything to lose. If he doesn't pass his test,
Okay.
there's no
Yeah, that's
long-term
the impression I'm
hardship.
getting.
Like I said, I don't anticipate that happening, but if he doesn't, it's,
So by the temporary
Cancels itself.
reclassification, it's, I don't wanna say this wrong, but, and don't take this the wrong way, it skirts the MOU. Is that what you're doing?
It's not in the MOU for anything
Well,
temporary.
I was gonna say, we talked about an MOU.
Oh, I'm sorry, MOU. So the MOU was for how we were gonna assess the promotion test.
And that's off the table.
Yeah, because we
But
start
is
assessing
this
tomorrow.
Is this a way you're gonna go around it with the MOU?
no.
You and I talked
No,
about
two
the
separate
MOU.
issues.
Okay.
Two separate issues.
All right.
Yeah, the MOU was for the promotion test. This is a separate issue, putting somebody in the vacancy to make sure we have the supervision coverage for the liability of making good decisions in a timely manner.
So with that, what's the plan with the, you have another plan instead of an MOU?
Yeah, so the union is going to waive any grievances for internally assessing his written test
Okay, the town has to enter into that,
into the,
into the waiver.
Yeah.
okay? So.
I'm just
Yeah.
just saying, I just,
Y'all sign it then.
again, the town, this body has to enter into that waiver.
Okay, so how do we get that done? Because my timeline has been published for months.
I'm just stating how the process has to work, that's all,
Yep.
so. I don't know.
Is there a good reason not to do it?
Hmm?
Is there a good reason not to do it?
I have no leg in the race, I don't think that there is any problem, but it's the town enter into it, that's all.
Yeah, that's a good distinction.
Does that have to be
But I-
decided tonight, or can we
But I
talk
think-
about that Wednesday at collective bargaining with,
But I think there's two different topics we're talking about, obviously. A,
Okay.
is this waiver, which is CBA
Yep.
related.
Correct.
And then you have this temporary promotion, which is non,
Right, correct.
correct.
I think
Temporary
the
promotion is-
CBA MOU, that discussion is held differently than now.
Correct, which is, the MOU is no longer,
Right.
it's a waiver now.
So what we would do is we'd still push forward with our timeline in the hopes that you guys would agree to this. Because we're trying to get him promoted before December, should he pass the tests. Has been established since like August, which you guys were informed of the timeline and what we were trying to do.
And that's understood, chief, it is.
So should we wait until Wednesday night so we can?
Well, this is two different things, and I didn't mean
Two
to
different things,
cross
yeah.
over.
No,
What he's asked
no.
you to do tonight is totally different from the MOU.
Okay.
Right.
The MOU
Or
is what him and I talked
CBA
about.
discussion, CBA
And
discussion.
I'll have both written up for you tomorrow, so you can discuss Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think the idea of tonight was the
Just temporary.
temporary promotion.
Temporary, yeah.
Right. We can go down the road of the waiver on Wednesday.
Yep,
Which-
no, I won't, I can possibly zoom in. Obviously, that's anniversary, and I've said I'm not available, because I'm not gonna take that beating.
TMI.
Yeah. But if we're still planning stuff, I'll jump on Zoom if I can.
What's your timeline on the waiver? When do you need a final?
ASAP.
Yeah, but
Because
if we're gonna talk about
technically-
it Wednesday, I mean, is this like we have to put it on the agenda for next week?
Or
is it?
do you need
Really,
a,
I'd like it done Wednesday, so obviously we
Well,
have
but we won't be able to
Thanksgiving.
vote Wednesday.
Yeah, no, there's only two members, that's why.
So Monday, could we get it on the agenda Monday?
Yeah.
I have to put,
I don't
so
see
I
why
have to
not.
put
I don't see why
his packets together, which I should have done tomorrow.
okay. I don't see why Monday we couldn't.
And I have to brief my assessors. And then, which is a day, I was planning on doing that Wednesday anyway. And then they'll get the books and they, by the schedule, have 2 weeks to assess the written test, which is 6 pages long.
Okay.
And it's not your typical written test, right? Very challenging, strenuous.
Okay. I don't have any problem with next Monday rediscussing at all.
And we
Sounds
will also be talking about it, so we'll talk about it Wednesday. Those of us at the CBA discussion can come back and
Yeah.
inform the rest of the board Monday.
Yep.
And I'll write up both and send them to y'all tomorrow, so y'all can review and figure out which direction you wanna go.
Which is,
Them signing a waiver and you guys
Yep.
agreeing to it, or you adjusting that one sentence of the CBA so we can internally assess as an MOU.
But let's go back to the topic at hand.
Are you ready for a motion?
I am.
Okay. I'd like to motion that we promote Officer Valero on an acting capacity to corporal, step 2, $32.63, for a term that expires 12/20/23, or his promotion if that happens before then.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I would ask to amend the end of it slightly. You'd said result in promotion, but we did talk, it could go south, though unlikely. So pending the results of his promotion.
Promotional exam. Okay.
Great, I accept that.
Okay.
Okay, still seconded?
Yep.
Any discussion?
No?
Okay. I have all the faith in you, Chief. I have all the faith in you, Officer Valaro. I do not agree with this process. That is all. But like I said, I have 100% faith in you, 100% faith in the department. I just do not agree with this process. So.
Which part of the process?
Huh?
The acting or?
Yeah, the using the personnel policy and the CBA together. I just, personally, it's been rocky using both of those
Well, I agree with that.
in the past.
I agree
So,
with that.
I just don't get a good gut feeling on this. Again, not that, no hard feelings to anybody,
No.
just,
I don't think.
I don't get a good gut feeling.
Yeah,
on
we
this.
Do you have a
can,
better alternative?
Nope, I don't.
yeah, we can just add this process as an option to future CBAs, but, and I get what you're saying. I agree. We shouldn't go to both documents. We just
Right.
need to get enough in the CBA to cover instances like this.
Right.
So, yeah.
And that's just it, it's using both, the CBA's there for a purpose, the town personnel policy's there for a purpose.
Yep.
Combining them, I don't feel is the best, that's all.
Well, bigger picture is we also, like I said, we have 4 officers who are probationary who need direct supervision on a daily basis.
And
to
I
protect
think, he is
the
your
town.
candidate,
Yep.
I 100% agree with that, so,
So, yeah.
okay?
So that's, okay, so, well, that's good to know. I would ask the town administrator, can you just make sure that is included in our CBA discussion?
Discussions Wednesday?
Yeah, or at least make sure
And it can be that,
everyone's aware of it.
exactly what's in the town policy
And that's fine,
for reclassification, same thing.
temporary
Yeah,
reclassification, I
keep
think.
temporary reclassification.
Yep, so, all right, I'll hold the vote, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. So,
All right.
Congratulations,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Good luck.
Uh-oh. No pictures?
No, he doesn't pin anything yet.
Oh, that's true.
This is just an acting spot.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
All right, recognize Director Jason Fisk for an update on the sign-on bonuses. Continuing discussion, I guess I'll say. So I did watch the meeting from last week. I was just a little confused, that's all. So. That's fine. I did try and get the grasp of it, but.
Do you want me to put one in Benji's mailbox for?
And this is still a draft?
Yeah, sorry, I changed a few things that we had talked about.
But you're
Last
still
week.
considering it a draft?
Yes. Yes. I think Salem was just, pretty much line 5 there. We took the last sentence off compared to what it was, last week.
Which line 5, like, bullet number 5?
Bullet number 5, sorry, yep.
Okay, okay.
Do you have your old one?
I don't want to.
It's like they're the same, but I was looking at two of the same copies.
Okay,
Gotcha.
thank you.
Bob, I'm the only one
Oh, yep, we did, actually. Yep, so bullet number 2, now reads, paid out on the last Thursday of the month, which would be the last payday of the month.
So I talked last time about the eligibility, about that kind of conflicted, and it says, to be eligible, you must complete the entire term, but you're getting paid monthly. So you don't really have to complete the entire term.
Yeah, where are you looking?
3.
So, yeah, it's like the very end of the first line. Full-time drivers, operators must complete the entire seasonal term in good standing. So that paired with, we're paying them monthly, and if they're terminated for any reason, bonus payments will be prorated. So they don't have to complete the entire seasonal term, and they don't have to complete it in good standing.
So really just, that line needs to be removed. If we're gonna prorate it,
Yeah,
that just needs to remove that line,
I'm fine with that clarification of that.
right? Because it goes down to the termination
Yep.
where it's gonna be prorated. I would just say, just to be eligible for the bonus, full-time driver operator must perform their duties satisfactorily, et cetera, et cetera.
Otherwise, I said it last time, and I feel more strongly, that's a lot of money. I don't really have a proposed number in mind. And I maybe still have my math with me from last time. But just the percentage bump, so to speak, was just huge.
We'd also talked about the encumbrances
Oh, yeah.
in 2023 versus payments in 2024. And you're planning
Yep.
on using current 23 overage, surplus rather, but some of this isn't actually paid until 24. So how's that going to work?
We can earmark it. We can
Yes.
take an estimate and earmark it.
We can do that for salary?
Oh, right? We,
Yeah,
okay,
that's what I thought.
yeah.
Okay. Good.
So if we, December, we figure out we've got 4,
Yeah, I just wasn't sure. if we could
six
do that for
full-time,
salary.
4 part-time, you just take those numbers and put them to the front
Okay.
of the bucket.
And there's no concern about a bonus being put into overtime calculations, which would carry forward for 12-plus months,
It's a stipend more than anything, I believe, so
Yeah.
it's a separate amount,
separate, it doesn't go.
right, where it's a stipend,
Yeah, it wouldn't be like an hourly thing that would go up with overtime or anything.
no.
I agree that 10,000 is a lot of money. It's a lot of money to pay people. I understand though we need plow drivers. I totally know that we've got a staffing issue. I just don't know if 10,000 is the right number to fix that. The fact that you wanna pay both the full-time and the part-time employees the same amount too, I'm not sure if that's equitable.
I'm ready and willing for suggestions. This is why we're here, to figure out
What
what's the best route
benchmarking have you
here.
done? I know we talked about the state was offering a 10,000 bonus. I don't remember any other data points being said.
There is some other towns that are offering, somewhere around 5,000. That was what I found on NHMA. This is really a baseline to start somewhere. We gotta do something, so.
Right.
Have you looked at anything, whether or not the hourly rate if that changed, if that gets you where you need to be versus these
You'd-
possible precedent setting?
You'd have to put $5 an hour on there, minimum,
I presented you guys with
3, right?
a $3 an hour, excuse me, base
Yeah.
raise, probably about a month ago. I know you weren't here, Janice, but.
I think, you know, again, and we've had this discussion at the table, I know Jay and I have had this discussion many times. You know, I come from the private sector, but in the commercial driving aspect of it. There's no drivers left, there's no CDL operators left out there. Private sector, public sector, you know, I mean, you go down through Indeed, I went down through it today just to see what we were up against. You have, I mean, how many guys have CDLAs with no pintle restriction?
2.
2? All right. CDLA hazmat tanker endorsement. There was one company out there offering $38 an hour to haul gas.
How much?
38 an
38.
hour to haul gasoline. So, you know, I mean, even CDLB drivers are looking at 26 to 27 to $28 an hour to start. Some of your local fuel haulers, the bigger name companies, I'm pretty sure AmeriGas in the Lakes region is around $31 an hour to start. There's just, where I've had many discussions with our drivers, our terminal manager, the owner of my company that I work for, and they said within 3 to 5 years, this is gonna be a catastrophe. Because all those CDL drivers are gonna retire, and we're really gonna have nobody. So, and quite honestly, I mean, the benefits used to be what would draw people in, retirement and the benefits. It's not the case anymore. The culture has changed. It's about the hourly rate. We're not the only public works that are struggling, I know that. There's a few public works around that pay a little bit more probably. They're still struggling. You know, I know it's a lot easier in the private sector to throw a big bag of money at them as a sign-on bonus. You can't really do that in a municipality, I understand that. But that's a very slim list that was just handed to us as far as drivers and employees.
So that's current full-time.
Right.
You
And-
can fill 3 of those spots
With part.
single contractor and
2
2
part-time.
Part-time,
Right.
on-call, seasonal people that we just hired.
I know that I think, Salem, I don't think you were here yet. I know Sherry was, when we had Naomi put a wage study out there in HMA, and we were not that far off. We were probably middle of the pack, maybe a little bit low in the middle of the pack. Again, for the public sector, not the private sector. Private sector, I mean, it's gonna be hard regardless. You know, I guess I'll let the cat out of the bag a little bit, kind of a Warren article I was thinking about was doing a private wage, the private wage study for a CDL operator and try and do a wage adjustment this year rather than percentage and do like a 60%. To what that wage average was in the private sector. Because unfortunately, that's what you're competing with now. You're not competing with municipalities, you're not competing with the municipality benefits anymore. It's the hourly rate. So, you know, obviously that's a discussion for another night, but that's kind of where I'm thinking we need to go. You know, and Jay's standing here, he's given us a couple of options now, a $3 bump. Now this is another one that he's brought. The man's trying. And we've got to act and do something. If anybody else has any ideas, bring them forward. Because if not, we'd have a four-wheel drive.
So this is your current list, but is one on the list thinking of retiring before winter hits?
I've had brief conversations, and it's leaning towards he's staying.
Okay.
Through the winter and then retiring?
Yes.
It doesn't mean the first 24-hour storm he doesn't say goodbye.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah. Which is entirely possible. And that's where a
Because he's
lot of
been
the,
wavering.
that's where a lot of the CDL population is retiring. I mean, we do 37 runs a day out of my location. We've got one driver that's under 30.
One?
One driver under 30. So this is the world we're in. And now the Federal Motor Carrier has made it even harder to get a CDL. You have to attend a class. Luckily, we have somebody that's willing to step forward in our department that has the education to do that. So we could avert that, but the closest location is Croydon, New Hampshire, and it's $10,000 to get your CDLA. And municipalities do not get a break. So I think it's like 5,800 or something to get a CDLB. So, again, this is the unfortunate hard facts, you know? So I don't know what the solution is, but I applaud Jay for bringing these ideas forward, so.
Yeah. So what is the current, what's the default, was it 300? Like if we, you know, we'll do something, but if we did nothing, what's gonna happen?
Did we go to 750 in the,
It didn't get put in the budget.
oh, it did not, okay, so it's 300.
No, you bumped it, it's 300.
It's
You
300,
bumped it for
default.
one time, but,
Yeah, we did the one-time 750.
yeah.
Right. But yeah, it's defaulted right now.
So you get $300 for being here all winter.
Mhm.
On call.
Right,
Before taxes.
Yes.
yeah. Right, so,
Well, 300 divided by 22 weeks that we're on call, divided by 7 days a week, $1.94 that we're paying our guys to be available 24/7.
for that tenure, that timeline.
Long.
Right.
We're not on call right now, but I just called somebody in about a tree. Sorry, saw me get up a couple times here about a tree down, so.
Right, but that's next week, isn't it? The 15th? Yeah.
I mean, Christmas, past 2 Christmases, we've been out.
Oh, yeah. How many weeks is the on-call period?
22.
22. Geez. It's like half the year.
How many big storms were there last year? I'm thinking of Christmas for sure,
Regards to
March 1.
hours or,
I'm just thinking about like,
Events.
Was there 3 major storms, 4 major storms, do you remember?
I mean, if it snows 3 inches and it takes 2 days to get there, we're on for 48 hours. If it snows 3 feet and it only happens in 24 hours, we're there.
You're there for
So
3 days. Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, this is a one-time idea.
correct.
I know that was a concern that we had last week and a concern that was brought up. I think if it's made relatively clear that even to the guys who are already with us, that this is a one-time thing. And hopefully, we can get a budget to pass this year with, what I would like to put in the bonus, that it could be acceptable to everybody.
I'd say my gut, and I'm not, my gut right now is 10x what we're doing, go from 300 to 3,000, which that's, you know, that's, I guess that's where my head is right now. I think we still need to talk about full-time and part-time, the same or separate. So maybe just talking about full-time right now.
Right.
I was somewhere in between. I was at 6.
6%,
No, 6,000 for the year,
6,000.
for full-time. Which is about, in 22 weeks, about $275 a week extra. As that on-call bonus. It's still not 10,000, it's halfway in between kind of you and,
Yeah.
you know, just a thought.
Do you have any idea how many towns are actually paying this level of bonus, the 5K that you mentioned earlier?
I don't have a hard number for you.
I mean, do you have any idea? Is it
half a dozen,
And they've been successful?
southern New Hampshire. I don't know if they've been successful with hiring people, with it, but it's out there.
I mean, we made it pretty clear last time, when we did the 750, that it was a one-time thing.
When was that?
That was
Last year.
last plowing season.
Last season.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a one-time thing, because there was some extra money, in that payroll line. But,
What do you think? Jerry?
You know, I personally think they need an increase in pay. And I think, my gut feeling is the taxpayers would almost rather see them have an increase and get their wages up versus having this bonus.
I don't disagree with that, but I think this is a stopgap
Yeah, there's,
from today to the time that they step in the ballot box.
And
Well, the problem is if we go to the ballot and we say we want to give all the drivers, whatever, $2 or $3 more an hour, are they gonna do that, vote yes, when we've just ended up doing the whole year and giving them $5,000 or $6,000 for a bonus? That's what my concern is.
Right, no, it's understood. I totally understand
I
that.
think you could say the same thing if we were to do, right now, say, oh, everybody goes up $3 an hour, and then we ask for another X dollars an hour more, they could say, oh, but you just did that, so why do it again a few months later?
If it was, Sherry, though, if it was $3 an hour we proposed, it'd be $6,200 a year.
I know,
So there's that number of basically equaling out.
yeah.
Well, but that's over an entire year.
Correct,
That's over the whole year.
but still more,
Yeah.
you know.
And
Yeah.
do I remember correctly, when you presented the proposal about the hourly bump before, did you have to lose a slot?
It was potentially, if we went on a default, not hiring or not filling a position to make up for that.
Yeah, so just cutting one operator,
Yeah, not
Driver.
cutting it out, but.
Just not filling it.
going without?
Filling it.
Sure, okay.
I mean, if we don't do something, we're gonna be,
No, we're gonna be,
know.
yeah, I mean, we better have four-wheel drive.
well, it's just gonna be, I mean, on a good storm.
And the other thing is,
Full crew,
and the other
it's
thing
3 or
is,
4 hours round trip, now you're gonna be a whole day, so.
the other thing is too, is it's gonna be extra strain on the crew.
Yeah.
You know, it's undue strain that we don't need. I mean, we say it's gonna be, you know, these are the routes of how long they're gonna be. We're not considering that there's actual, you know, people in those seats to fill that for that amount of time. So. And what is your policy on hours worked? Do you have one currently?
I proposed, mandatory breaks during storms if people felt that they were unsafe on the road, that they need to either pull over in a turnaround, pull over on the side of the road, come back to the shop, whatever it may be, between the hours of midnight and 4 o'clock, midnight, 3 o'clock, depending on the storm. If the storm's gonna finish up at midnight,
Just work it through.
we're gonna work through it. But if it's a longer duration storm, in the hours of 12 to midnight, we are definitely gonna be taking rest.
And
So-
I think that's something that we need to enact
Yeah.
at this board level is I mean, when I worked for the state, out of Warner, it was, everybody came in around midnight and we went back out around 4.
And that's
That
not
would give 'em
something,
4 hours rest.
that's not something new.
No, but I think it needs to be
Just-
enforced.
It just hasn't been written down.
And I think it needs to be put in place. That's the last thing I'd wanna see is fatigued, you know, a fatigued
Have an
incident.
accident or something.
Right, a fatigued incident. We're already fatigued 100%, but we don't need to add to that. So, sorry to get sidetracked, but.
Can you talk a little bit, have you done research for the warrant article you kind of mentioned?
I have
where it
not,
is?
I have not. I planned on doing it, but that was, to me, again, it was, you know, hey, I'll go in as deep as you want with my thought process, was, you know, we'll use the fire department as an example. To get Claremont, get Concord, get Manchester, get Nashua, take that average. Where are we, where are they, 60% up the gap, if we're low, right? Because we still have to account for, I understand that we pay benefits, that we pay retirement, so you're not gonna, you don't wanna, you can't be at where the private sector is. It's impossible, you can't do it. But if you can go 60% and cover some ground, I think you'll attract people. Same with the DPW. Take a wage average of Indeed, Glassdoor, NH Jobs, whoever, and for a CDLB operator, right? Whatever license he needs in hand to take their vehicle down the road. All right, say it's 28, and we're here, make 60% of the ground up to get to that point. And then, once you have all those numbers compiled, my thought was, once all those numbers compiled, yes, it would be an hourly number that would go to it, but it'd be a bucket of money in the warrant article, right? Shall the town raise and appropriate $85,000 or whatever the number is for non-union wages? And then it would break down to an hourly increase for each
Yeah.
person. You know, that's my thought on how to bridge that gap, because, but it's still March. It's not today, it's still March,
And
but,
the reason I asked about research was, you know, if we are discussing a proposal, of an hourly increase of, say, $3 an hour, and then I was asking about research, if you research it, come back and it's like 6.
yeah.
Well, then we're asking for 3, and they would ask for 3 more, and like, what's that gonna look like?
I don't think that's, I think it, honestly, I mean, my gut feeling is like probably you're looking at like 4 for the DPW. You know, 3 to 4. I don't think Jay's far off with his $3 number. Cause that would be roughly, again, I don't wanna go 100%, you can't, cause of the
That's
benefits
7
package.
drivers,
But
the other one.
60%, probably about 3 to 4.
Do you or Beth or Naomi have that still handy, that we could get another round of the proposal you had? I actually looked at it today, you had like the green and red and yellow, right?
That was for, that was for contractor drivers, right? That's the proposed increase, the flip side is the default.
You wanna take a look at it?
Would this be true?
That's the increase.
Yeah, so you're just doing both. What I'm looking at here on this sheet, it has a column for on-call bonus, currently 300, and proposed would increase to 750.
Exactly.
So it's an increase of hourly and increase of bonus, right?
It's an increase, but it would be increasing the wage and the on-call bonus,
Yeah.
effectively.
I mean, it would bring the bonus back to what we had voted on last year, but
Right, yeah, that one time that we had, yeah.
But it would do that and increase hourly rate.
yeah.
I'm just, you know, I'm not arguing, I'm just saying, I understand it correctly, for asking.
And that would put a walk through the door CDLB operator at what?
23.
And that was also for part-time, right?
Are part-timers involved in this or no?
For the,
I don't believe they were.
What's the rate there on the proposed?
I guess driver?
that's all full-time employees,
It's not full-time.
except for the guy on the bottom.
Position
Yeah.
here. Yeah, it's the same.
This one is part-time.
The bottom one, yes.
And am I correct that this year, so this contract to part-time, that's that and also that, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, I believe so.
I don't know if it just took, seeing the alternative of the bonus proposal, but it does,
Very similar.
yeah, well, it makes this seem reasonable as well. And if you are, like, if you can operate not filling a slot for potentially 2024, then that means we're closing a gap that does exist.
I want to make it abundantly clear that Henniker was trying to hire at 23. They have been for 6 months, and they had to hire 2 people without CDLs.
Unsuccessfully hiring for a CDL position, right. So I think that my feeling is the number's still low, but it's closer.
It's an improvement.
Yeah, and that's, and I think before we even reviewed this again, I think I said 4.
Yeah.
Just a few minutes ago, so.
Town of Milford is looking for truck drivers for $28 to $35 an hour.
Is that full-time?
I know it's a little bit different situation as well, but Deering is also paying $28 an hour for a couple guys that they do have. So
That's right next door.
it is.
Do you
They've been there
know-
quite a while though, right?
Do you know what kind of bonus they're giving?
I don't know. They got a bunch of turmoil going on over there. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's gonna hold them back more in their wage, is the turmoil.
Because if it's a higher wage with zero bonus, then it kind of evens out.
Yeah, Ben would know. I don't know. He was road
I
agent
think
over there
Bo's
for a
looking
while.
for some too. I think Bo's looking for some. Dunbarton's got a sign up at the corner.
Oh, yeah. Again, we're not unique in any way, shape, or form,
No, I'm sure this conversation is happening across the state, and
and then some.
yeah.
I can imagine the discussions happening at the DOT building.
I mean, they're already putting public notices out that some places aren't gonna be plowed and treated.
Yeah, even the highways.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, I knew that they're
And
bad,
they've already been out this year.
they're hard up.
Well, no, they've been through the notch a couple
Yeah,
of times.
no, I knew that, yeah, I knew the notch crew's been out, yeah. No, I knew that
Lincoln's been out.
they're gonna be very hard up. It'd be interesting to know how many District 5 is down for drivers. I'm sure it's probably 100 or more positions. So I mean, so with this proposal, I'm just looking at the hard numbers, it's about what, 104 total with FICA and everything, about 104?
Somewhere in that range.
Okay.
So, okay. You just did some math a minute ago that it came out to, it was the times 2,000 hours a year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, if we went $3 an hour for, but that was 6,000 per. It didn't add up any of the, that was just hourly.
Yep.
Yeah, times 2080,
That wasn't,
which is a 40-hour week.
Yep.
yeah,
that's
no
all that was.
overtime.
No, none.
No overtime.
And nothing to do with the retirement, nothing to do with, this all has the retirement built in, and the FICA and all that, so. This is real numbers.
So you proposed this a month or so ago, however long ago it was. Do you think today that this would still be effective, given what you've learned since you proposed it?
As far as getting some part-time on-call people in the door, no. Helping out the people that are here, yes.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was thinking. Like this, I don't know that this gets us anybody, but this probably would.
I think so.
And just from a process standpoint, the only thing we can do at this point before March is a bonus? Or do we actually have the ability to change rate of pay as well?
We have the ability to change rate of pay.
Because the total, if he doesn't
As
fill
long
a
as it's
slot,
within
yeah,
his
The
bottom line.
bottom line, right.
Okay.
Preferred, probably not. Able to, yes.
Yeah, just can we was the question.
So if you do the $10,000, just gonna have a discussion on call for this year, and then possibly moving forward, do a separate warrant article, it would get your help this year, possibly attract more that would stay after that? I don't know. I think you're gonna have a problem, I mean,
Oh,
I think
We
we
already
have
have
to
a
give them an increase, at least $3 an hour. I don't see them wanting to stay if other towns all around us are paying $28 an hour to start. I don't know how you're gonna hold your help if you only, I'm not saying that, some of them won't stay because they're happy where they are maybe, but you're gonna lose part of your help.
Oh.
And I think, the only thing I have is I think it's a hard thing for the taxpayers to swallow if we're giving a bonus and we're gonna give them an increase.
well, the increase would go to the voters, is what I was
the
suggesting.
increase would be at the vote. I mean, this spreadsheet right here would be, to me as a voter, that's input from the voters. I think that's a bigger conversation we need to have townwide.
Yeah.
But
But your immediate problem is to get
Is-
some seats.
Season.
seats and retain what we have.
Yeah.
That's the immediate. So Salem, you put a number of 3,000 out there, I put 6,000 out there. Do we want to continue talking about the,
I was thinking somewhere around 5.
right,
so the 3,000 comes in, oh, so if you strictly go with $3 an hour, it does come out, as Ricky said, what,
240.
240?
Yep.
And,
a year?
a year, and so given that the season is, I'll call it 40% of a year, it's 22 out of 52, it's, I mean, half would be a whole month longer than that.
Yeah.
Then 40% of the 6240 ends up, this is all very rough, but roughly back around 3,000. So I am okay going up because I don't think that this is necessarily enough. Janice, you said 5,000?
I did.
5, yeah.
I was, before you prompted Ricky, I was thinking 4,500.
And with, say 40, just say 4,500, and we're still gonna give them a call-in bonus too?
No, this would
No,
replace
this
that.
is gonna
This
eliminate
would,
that.
this would replace
This
that.
would replace it.
And the number I was referring to is just for the full-time. I think we need to decide if we want to do the same or something different for part-time.
And you have how many part-time?
2.
2.
There has been interest if there was to be a bonus that went through
Okay.
in filling more of those part-time positions.
Months.
And as far as the procedure, does everybody come and work, or is it full-time comes, and then if you still need it,
No, it's an all-
part-time comes?
It'll be
and then
everybody.
It's an all call, it's an all call.
Okay.
I would feel better at 5,000. I still like my number, but I'd feel better at 5 over the
Could I
3.
tempt you with a round, since we're talking 6 months, make it divisible by 6, go 48.
I was doing weeks, I was just doing the 22 weeks.
22 weeks.
Let's go- Well, since it's paid monthly.
Is this?
It's 5 months.
It's 5.5 months. 22 weeks is 5.5 months.
Counting 6 months. The end of November, December, January, February, March, April, paying 6 months.
Okay. Is it 6 months? I thought it was like, you said it was 22 weeks, that's the only thing. Right.
Half a year,
Okay.
November to April, 6 months.
Is it the end of April or the middle of April?
It's the middle of the
Yeah, so
November
that's
to
not-
middle of
That's not
April.
22 weeks, though.
The on-call period ends before the end of April, but it's payable at the end of April.
Right, but November 15th through April 20, or
Through April
November
15th.
15th through April 15th is, I mean, it's 6 months, so it's gonna be more like 25, 26 weeks, 26 weeks. We're not really doing a whole lot with weeks, though. Since we're paying monthly, that's why I went with the 6 months.
We're talking
6
5 months.
monthly payments, pick a round number, then you get to say.
It's like 22 weeks. That's counting, it's like 22 weeks.
Well,
To the 15th.
Well, but it's paying,
It's paid month, by the
Right,
month.
paid monthly, right, well, this proposal is, we could change it to weekly,
sure, yeah.
right? That's all within our realm.
Would it, I mean, can it weekly or bi-weekly or,
Can do whatever we want. We can do weekly, bi-weekly, yeah. Oop, wrong keystroke. There we go. Do this,
it's
So-
it's 5 months.
So
That's-
5,500 at 22 weeks is 250 a week.
Say that again.
5,500 at 22 weeks is 250 a week. I'm just looking for like a round number. That's very easy, clean cut.
And folks get paid every 2 weeks?
No, every week,
Every week.
weekly.
And then 200 times 22 would be 4,400.
Yeah. I just wanna see him put something on to get him an increase, hourly increase come March.
And I think that we'll cover that in a non-union wage warrant article,
Yeah.
you know. And I guess the only, and I guess I have to lean on Beth on this one. For if once in history, it's voted no.
No.
Does that mean we can't make any adjustments to any of the non-union employees for that year? If no means no? I don't know, I mean, because
Good question.
theoretically, it's that pool of money that was intended for non-union. No means no, is it zero adjustment for anybody?
Yeah, because the warrant article is never specific enough, it doesn't say like 3%, you know,
Right,
for raise or 3% COLA.
so we couldn't do anything for anybody at that point,
Yeah.
other than,
Which is why
Within
Benji
your
had a
operating.
separate.
other than a stipend within the operating budget. You wouldn't be able to touch hourly, but you could do a stipend, right? Probably, because it's not an hourly rate,
So we'll
which,
be right back at this. next year.
correct, yeah,
But
yeah.
with the-
But your hand-
But with the will of the voters.
Your hands would be tied to a bonus rather than an hourly adjustment.
Yeah.
Where right now, we could make an hourly adjustment, but we have both
Yeah.
options.
Just a up the math. It's
Yes, thank
24
you.
pay periods.
24?
So much for 22. Thanks. We appreciate that. Back to the drawing board. Scribble, 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 okay?
So that'd be 4,800 at 200.
Yeah.
Or 250 is 6,000, which was my number.
Convenient.
I'm telling you. I've been hitting my numbers tonight. I don't know how, but.
Gotta go get a lottery ticket.
Yeah.
Public math.
Yeah, I don't go that far. So,
I think, I know we're talking about full-time, but the part-time, just, they're gonna get a minimum if they don't come in.
right.
I say they don't get, if we do the same thing, we give them a weekly, whatever, when they come in, they get that, and if they don't come in, they just get that minimum. That gets them less than the full-timers.
Yeah,
It's
I think,
interesting,
well, on top of it, they're already gonna make a lot.
Run that-
because we're
run that by
paying
me one more time.
35 an hour.
So, proposing the full-timers get whatever they get weekly stipend that we're
Yep.
talking about right now. I had proposed the part-time on-call, got the same thing. I know we talked about them getting a little bit less, whatever the case may be, but they're gonna get their minimum that they come in for.
Right.
Every week.
Yep.
If they don't come in for snowstorms,
They don't get it,
they won't get that bonus.
whatever the bonus is.
I think that's, I don't disagree with that, I think it's hard to say no, because if you call them in for one storm in that week, and it's just a burn run, then they get the bonus.
Yeah.
Yep,
All right, if that's the
Yeah.
understanding, I just
Yeah.
wanna make sure.
Yeah. Just-
Anything more than zero. Yeah.
If they don't get called in for a snowstorm, then they won't get the bonus for that week.
Right,
If they
okay,
do
Get
come
that
in,
8-hour
yeah,
minimum.
yeah.
yeah. Would they have to work 8 hours to get the bonus?
It's a minimum regardless if they come in or not.
Okay, I'm just trying to,
If we have something to do,
yeah, okay, all right, that's all. All right, so where were we at? Were we at that 48, is that where were we at?
thought the
Or
6 is
six.
better.
That's your
Yeah.
job.
Yeah, I mean, he was at 10, so he's already given up at 6, given up some.
Ha, don't tell my crew that. I'm not giving up any.
I know, it's
What you
true,
guys say is what goes,
I know.
but
I know. I don't know, again, I think this is more of a retention than anything. But I
I'm
just,
not, I believe we have to do it for retention, but I do think that the purpose of doing it now is to actually fill spots.
both. I think it's retention for the season,
Right.
and I think it's also to help fill spots.
Yeah.
I think it's a twofold. And of course, we have to move this, I'm sure,
Yeah.
via motion.
And all of this money is available in your operating budget, no matter what number we're talking about, correct?
Because of vacancies,
yeah.
because of employment vacancies.
Yeah, what I gave you last week is doable, so.
Okay.
I think that, and regardless, I think we're probably gonna come up, I'm assuming we're gonna come up with a bonus number here. I think that the agreement needs a little bit of grammatical updating. You put driver, I think it should be employee. And we can just change, because it says employee relationship. It can still say full-time driver operator at the top, but I think for clerical reasons. But I guess,
This is in the weeds a little bit, but Beth, you remarked on 24 pay periods. When does the first one hit relative to November 15th?
following week, I think.
that Friday, because the 15th's a Wednesday, I think.
November 15th is a Wednesday, so that will be check dated November 23rd.
So,
So
but if
it'd be the
some,
next week.
So they'd get a tire bonus for 2 or 3 work days.
that's what I'm getting at, yeah,
Two pay periods in November, it would count.
yeah.
So you want to make it not the 15th? You want to make it,
Just to line it up with,
The start of the
yeah,
pay
well,
period.
so, yeah, Janice was getting to the core of my point here was avoiding somebody coming in at the, at the end of the, or, no, we're paying a bonus for a partial pay period if we're dating it November 15th through April 15th. So can we change those dates to line up with the pay periods?
We can on paper, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see why we can't change the dates here
Right.
to line up with the pay
yeah, it
period.
doesn't change your on-call position.
No, it doesn't change that, nor does it change the amount. It just,
Right.
it just
Right.
tightens up the, when it gets dispersed, that's all. So it would be, instead of November 15th, it'd be November 23rd.
And that's the first date of the next pay period.
Correct.
All right.
So November 23rd, and then on the tail end, what's the last day of that?
So it's not,
No, it's November 17th.
Yeah.
Right.
17th,
November
your payroll
17th
starts
would be
Friday to Thursday.
Oh, all right, so I'm sorry, the
So
16th, not
November
23rd.
17th starts that pay week.
So the 17th.
Right.
17th.
Okay.
Okay, 1/7.
So pay starting November 17th, and then, So-
April what?
13th or 20th? But you still want
15th is a Monday,
You want 24 weeks, so,
so you want.
It'd be the 20, what'd you say, the 20th?
19th is a Friday, through the 18th would be Thursday.
18th, yeah.
Okay.
so through the
So-
18th.
17th through the
24th,
18th.
hang on.
do the 27th to be your 24 weeks.
What was that number again, 20 what? 24th?
7.
27th?
Well, that would be the end of the pay period, so beginning would be the 21st.
That'd be 24. We were at 22, and then we're at 24.
yeah.
We want to do 23.
And
Yeah, you gotta pick how many weeks you want.
And we're accounting for
24 weeks.
24
a
weeks.
snowstorm that late?
The on-call period's always been to the 15th, as far as I can remember back.
Yeah.
And that's with the state and municipalities.
Okay.
So,
Well, I would say then 4/14, like, you're totally within the on-call window.
April
minus
14th.
1 day and 3 days, 2 days.
so that'd be 23 weeks, essentially.
Who's on first?
Yes.
Jesus.
Doesn't matter.
Who's on first?
If you got the entire on-call period covered minus a day or two on each end.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah. Yeah.
so,
I mean, realistically, you're given the same number, so
pretty much, yeah.
I'm prorating the first and last one.
then
Well, that's, don't throw that element at us, because that's
Yeah,
one
we
more
don't want to
thing.
do that.
Jeez. All right, so we've got the dates nailed down, I think.
What was that again?
November 17th to the 14th, to April 14th,
Yeah.
which comes up to 23 weeks, I believe.
April 14th is a
April
Sunday.
14th is a Sunday.
Okay, then
18th is a Thursday.
18th then.
11th through the 18th.
11th?
I think you said.
No, the
Oh, of
17th.
April?
Yeah.
Okay.
The end of the pay period is the 18th.
There's the 18th.
Okay, 18th, I don't know how I got the 14th.
So the
Wrote it down
17th through the 18th.
18th.
Okay, which is 23 weeks.
Yep.
Okay,
We're back to 23 weeks?
yes.
Holy crap.
Who's on first?
Yeah.
What's on second? All right,
So if it's 23.
all right, so I guess I'll throw one out there, and see what sticks. If it doesn't get seconded, it doesn't get seconded. And this is only for the full-time. Move to approve a bonus for the full-time driver-operator employees at the DPW for 23 weeks at a rate of $250 a week bonus for a total of $57.50.
I'll
Is there a second?
second that, just keep the discussion going.
Okay, all right. So that, again, is 23 weeks at $250 a week for a total of $57.50.
I'd like to amend your motion to make it clear that this is a one-time.
Yes, similar to the, and yeah, that's fine. I'll amend it to say that specifically this is a one-time retention slash hiring incentive.
Yeah, it sounded.
Thank you.
Okay, so 5750.
total.
Well, that's total pay, you still have other fees in it.
Right,
Right.
yeah, that's the stipend amount. Now you're talking like a 3% auctioneer's fee or something. So,
So with that being said, what's all the other fees gonna end up?
Well, that just comes out of your bottom line. You got $358,000 left.
Okay.
right, I mean, it's it's just actually gonna be the social security. Do stipends have to do with retirement?
None of them are vested.
Okay, so it's just the Medicare, FICA, just the regular run-of-the-mill stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're not talking about probably what?
No.
$50
No, I just didn't want you to go into thinking.
per
Week.
week with all the added stuff?
Yeah, we're not gonna mess this up, right?
No, that's the next conversation, because this is only for the full-time.
Sure.
My motion was only for the full-time
Yep.
driver operators. So,
With the rest of what he's got here is okay.
Well, we
Yeah.
did put forward a few changes earlier as
Right.
well.
Yeah.
Employee, and then the 17th to the 18th.
And there
Yeah.
were some other things about the performance period that we
yeah,
talked about.
we're gonna take off the entire seasonal term because of the prorated termination.
Yeah,
you
just
scratch
scratch
that.
3.1.
Yeah, 3.1 was gonna be scratched out.
So we still have another meeting in between then, so I can get you a better.
Yeah, better draft. Yeah, it's fine. Yep.
Yeah, and we won't need the proration under item 5 either, because if you're gonna pay it weekly, then if
Yeah.
they're not here, they're not here.
Right. At that point, yeah. But probably I'll put in there though, if employment is severed, that the bonus program stops. Because there's still a window that's gonna be, you know, we gave a weekly window, so, they,
Yeah,
you
I see
know,
what you're saying.
yeah.
Makes sense.
That if employment is severed,
Totally,
this is null and void.
And this is a one-time deal, right,
Yes,
at this point.
yes.
I do like your offer to bring a clean one back to another meeting, but we're also kind of on the clock.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
in this particular case, I'd almost rather just get it out the door today.
all right. That's fine.
Normally, I'm all about that. We'll do some good drafts and whatnot, but
Well, if you put the dollar amount, he could put the draft together based on your dollar amount.
Right.
Yeah.
And do the alterations we've talked about. He's been taking notes, I've seen him.
Yeah.
Still got the pen in his hand.
Are you okay with that, Sal?
yeah.
Yeah, I just,
Just
Bringing
approve
it
it.
back for a final review.
basically be a final review, sign it.
Oh,
But
well, I was saying.
He's gonna you wanna move forward with this.
You know, yeah, I would move it as amended, and have it go out the door.
You want
Right,
to
and
do-
then we just have to sign it next week because it'd be clean cut
Yeah,
and everybody be on it.
yeah,
We still have to sign it regardless because they're gonna sign it. We have to
Right.
sign our side of it.
right.
Can we authorize him to sign it?
Well, we could do that too. Or
I'm just
or
interested
Naomi.
in getting this published, publicized, so that
Yeah, that's fine.
we can hire
Understood.
him.
You
Understood.
can call up those people that he
Yeah.
thinks might wanna come
Yeah.
work for him.
Well, that's the next conversation. Remember, this is only the full-time.
Right, but
Yeah.
if we finish it today.
Yeah, oh, yeah. So. Again, full-time driver operator. Any other discussion?
I think I'm comfortable voting for that.
Okay. Call a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions?
I would like to vote affirmatively. I didn't get it quick enough.
Okay, all right, okay. All right, so it's $250 a week for the term, for $57.50 at 23 weeks.
As a one-time retention hiring incentive,
Correct. And this is for
full-time.
full-time employees. So now we will talk about part-time.
Can we just confirm the few changes on the full-time and just be
yep,
done
that's
with
fine.
it?
Yep,
So the
100%.
dates, November 17th, April 18th, we scratched 3.1, that's all I wrote down. What else? And then, of
And we were
course, the
gonna
numbers.
change, we were gonna change driver to employee.
Sure, okay.
Yep.
Down here.
Yeah, it was mentioned quite a few times that just, like up at the top, it says, you know, between Ware, New Hampshire employer and employee instead of driver.
Okay.
And then at the bottom, it says driver's signature, driver's printed. I would
You
rather-
said leave
Employees.
full-time driver / operators order.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
But at the bottom, it says, you know,
Sure.
Driver
Employee.
signature.
we'll change that to employee
Employee.
signature.
Yeah.
Yep,
Okay, okay.
And obviously, the amount in item 1 changes to $57.50.
yes.
Yeah.
Bonus amount,
Yeah.
total.
And then the payment structure, number 2, has to be updated as well.
23 weeks.
Yeah, for 23 weeks,
23 weeks.
right. I think it makes it cleaner. And again, it's still in lieu of the 300 or 750.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel pretty good with that. All right, so now we'll do the on-call, well, part-time seasonal, excuse me. Yeah, roughly the same.
Just by default, carry over the dates,
Yeah, the
the wording
dates.
changes, scratching 3.1.
Yep, I would agree. And then also, we were gonna insert something about the termination. If the employee and the employer terminate, that this becomes null and void.
I would read 5 as doing that, but I'm fine adding that on. If
Say that again?
I said, the way I read 5, it kind of does that anyway. It'd be
So-
prorated through the terms of their employment.
Should we change it from will be prorated to suspended? Or
We'll cease.
will cease? Will
Okay.
cease,
but- Okay,
yeah, bonus payments will cease. And I think we can do the same thing on the part-time side. The bonus payments will cease.
yeah, cease as of the date of termination.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. And somehow you've got to craft in your thoughts on the, if they don't work, they don't get it, right? That was what, we were talking about that, was
You're right.
Yeah, I
if they
mean,
didn't,
that was-
if they didn't come in that week, they don't get the bonus.
That was
Well, that
just
was
a
part-time,
thought
though.
that popped up in my head and.
Again, well, that's where we're at, we're
Yeah,
at the
sorry, I
part-time
thought we
side.
missed something on full-time, but no,
No,
we're
no,
good,
no,
we're
this is
good,
the,
we're good.
this was the
Yeah.
part-time.
Yeah.
That was the thought, was nothing, if they did not have to come in, they got their, is it 8 or 10, I forget, it's 8 hours, right? 8 hours of standby pay, and that's it. So he'll have to craft that into this one, so this one may not be clear cut to walk away tonight with it, unless we wanna spend some time crafting that language.
Okay.
But I guess we gotta come up with and I think it'd probably be easier to come up with a weekly number rather than an overall amount, right to the end, type thing.
Well, we could just do the same, 250?
We could, that
Or
was,
at least
But wait a minute,
start
they're getting-
Start discussing there.
They're getting 35 an hour to start, though, the full-time, isn't
Not
it?
everybody. It's based on experience.
based on
Right.
experience and, license as
Right.
well.
I mean,
So,
that's $20 an hour, bottom dollar truck driver that we have now with the amount of money that gets paid in benefits.
yeah,
Is it up to that $35 an hour? So
right. So basically, they're at the same number,
it's almost the same.
yeah, just there's no benefits being paid out.
Yeah. That's the reason we were able to get that higher number, that's all.
I guess I
So
could,
does that eliminate your concern, Sherry?
That, but my concern is that your full-time employees are driving for 23 or whatever, 22, 23, $24 an hour.
but collecting benefits and retirement,
I know, but
which a
still,
part-time's not
I'm
getting.
wondering if that's gonna affect the full-time people, if they're not gonna be too happy about that. I don't know, just a
know.
thought.
It's a thought,
I don't wanna upset the.
but I think that's when.
Yeah, I mean, we came up with a solution
Yeah,
a few months ago.
and when we came up with that number, that was basically taking the hourly wage plus all the retirement that we're not paying to make a part-time employee. That was what that number was.
And that's base truck driver.
Correct.
We only have one of those positions, full-time.
Full-time,
All
right.
the other people are making a little bit more money than that. And the only guy you've hired at $35 an hour for that position has 30 years of experience.
So we did 250 for our full-time. What if we do 200 for our part-time? Is that a thought? And that's like 4,600 in 23 weeks. I don't know, it's just a number I'm
Yeah,
throwing out there for discussion.
Yeah, I'm just-
Not, it's not a
I'm just
motion, I
doing
just,
that.
just thinking about a number, that's all. And again, they wouldn't collect it,
If you had 2 or 3 weeks of dry weather.
correct, they would not collect it.
I'd recommend still giving them the 250 if you're gonna go that route, honestly.
Because you're not gonna get it on dry
If you
weeks.
don't, yeah, if you don't
Yeah,
have a
it's
storm that
storm.
week.
Dry weeks. I don't have a problem with that myself.
No, with the caveat that there's no call-in, there's
no
no
money.
bonus, so.
Right.
So they have the potential
Right.
to be that much, but
It may not happen.
yeah.
Now, what qualifies it, working that full 8?
Yeah.
So-
Yeah. If you
so-
come in for a snowstorm,
So,
I mean, regardless, even if there's
Well,
a treatment run and it's only gonna take us 6 hours,
okay.
I think you.
Well, that's
still-
what I'm asking is the trip. When do we not pay versus when do we pay?
Yeah, I think if you get called in,
Is it 4 hours? Is that what you want?
Or
I
is
mean,
it above the 8 hour that their minimum?
that was my question.
I still think if you're getting called in at 3 o'clock in the morning to go spread some salt out, you deserve that.
I mean, what do you think, even with the current that you have, what do you think a salt run's gonna be for a route? 6-7 hours?
Yeah, 6 hours.
So you're gonna meet that if you go out on one run. You're gonna meet the numbers, what I'm saying. You're gonna meet the minimum threshold.
I don't think there's a problem with meeting that minimum 8 hour.
I don't either, I'm just trying to figure out when that switch clicks, that's all. You know, cause we're saying, if it's dry, we're not paying it. So, I just wanted to be very clear that it's, it's 6 hours and you're good. It's 5 hours, you don't get it, sorry.
Yeah,
I just want that clear switch of yes, no.
I think it just can be as simple as you get called in.
So if there's one call in that pay period,
Yeah.
it's there. And that's fine, if that's the way that, I have no problem with
pay
that.
period or
I just want it unclear how to attain it.
Pay period or week?
It's the same.
The same.
I thought you said there were two
no.
pay periods per month.
What's the pay period?
Friday through Thursday?
Friday through Thursday, so I think it should be,
Weekly.
yeah, I mean, it's pretty much weekly, so.
But there are 2 pay periods per month.
No, there's four.
Four.
In
Four.
November, there was just two.
Oh.
Yeah, November, there's 2 left.
Okay.
Yeah,
December,
yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm good with that, that's fine, per pay period,
yeah.
or per week, whatever you want to term it, I don't care.
Well, pay period's clear.
Yeah, okay,
Week is, how do you count the week?
yeah,
Monday through Sunday?
I'm trying to poke a hole in the 200, I can't.
I can't.
You can't?
Yeah, well, because it's like, okay, if they're, who's gonna begrudge whom and.
Yeah, well, I'm just, and I'm not, it's probably gonna be easier for Beth if it's, I mean, either way. I mean, the suggestion is to keep it the same across the board. And we may have dry weeks, we may have,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. Shoot, I'm crossing out too many things.
yeah, more scribble on there than numbers. So, I guess the proposal is the same for the part-time. Now, I'll make it a motion. $250 a week for the part-timers as, for a term of 23 weeks. To be paid if they get called in for a storm. If not, if there's no storms, no activity in a pay period week, there'll be no bonus payment.
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion.
How many part-time guys do you have to get to?
How many do we need?
What's
How
the
many do you
plan?
want? How many do you think you'll reasonably have for
If you-
this
if you
November
could-
through April.
Yeah, if you could fill the seats, how many would you hire?
I would prefer a full-timer.
Sure.
I have two as of right now.
Yep.
This could potentially interest one or two more.
And then we'd be at what, 9 drivers? 9 plow operators? Of one form or another?
You'd have 12, including a contractor, and myself.
Which-
If you exclude me from that, you're obviously down to 9.
11.
Yeah,
Which,
so
which it
10.
says, compared to years past with 11 CDL trucks. So we'd be at 9 CDL trucks and 2 non, right?
Well, no. If you want, do you just want CDL operators, or you want?
Oh, I'm asking, because I'm looking at your wage increase form you had over
Yeah.
here, and it says 11 CDL trucks, so we'd be at what, 8? 8 CDLs and 3 non-CDL, is that correct?
You'll have 2 non-CDL, with one full-time employee we have now,
Okay,
and 1 part-time on-call that we hired,
okay,
and you'll have 1, for sure, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 CDL operators excluding me
okay.
as of right now.
But potentially we could have 8,
You could potentially, if you add me,
it'd be
there's.
9. If you have the 2 that you have on the, potentially,
Potentially.
yeah. So we'd be
So-
pretty close to bridging that gap.
So I wrote down last week, you said you've got 6 full-timers, 5 CDL, one non-CDL, and you know, on top of those 6, 2 part-time, on-call, 1 CDL, 1 non. But then I thought you just came to.
I made this list up so we could clear that up.
Okay. So the accurate number is,
So 510 on this list that I just gave you,
okay,
Yeah, is non-CDL.
non-CDL.
got it.
Is 515 CDL?
515 is CDL.
Yes.
Everybody else is CDL except for him.
Okay.
Then, so we could go 514 is gonna be a contractor
With a 1-ton?
with a 1-ton. 513, we go non-CDL,
Part-time?
part-time. And 512 is CDL part-time.
But let's add in a variable, which is always gonna happen, it doesn't matter. Truck brakes. So, what my point is in the past, it's always been Jason running around, hoses, chain, wing arms, whatever, wing retrieval. So theoretically, I mean, if at all possible, I would hate to put either, or Mo or Jay on there as a full-time dependable operator with a plow route.
Mo's got a major route, so.
Yeah.
I mean, you're gonna have to leave him off, so you could put me as part-time driver, I don't know.
Yeah, but,
If we don't fill the mechanic position,
right.
whatever route I'm on.
I'm
is
just
gonna-
thinking, one route, whoever Jay deems as the guy that's gonna, duck off for a road call.
Yeah, but the other thing
You
is
know.
if you don't fill all these positions, you're gonna have some trucks available. You're not gonna be running all 12 trucks. So if
Still-
you got a truck breakdown, it can set till the next day.
You might still have to, you still gotta get back to the shed.
Right.
So you may have to go out there with a piece of equipment, pick up a wing if he blows a line, or
Yeah, I mean,
toss
the-
a pump shaft or something like
Yeah.
that.
The
know.
newer trucks are better, the pumps have switches, there's still quite a few trucks that don't have switches, we cannot run them with a blown hose.
So you gotta do roadside repair.
Yep.
So you still got a guy or two that's committed,
Yeah, well, one anyway, yeah.
yeah. So I just wanna throw that variable in there, that we're gonna have, it never fails. I don't care if it's a brand new fleet, you're still gonna have an issue here or there.
Yeah, we've been down this rabbit hole before. One truck breaks, it inevitably ends up that 3 routes suffer because of it.
Right, because you have two members off of their routes, the obviously the broken route, So you have 3 routes affected, so. I just want to put that out there, it's also. All right, there is a motion on the floor. And it was seconded. Is there more discussion?
And so then I'd asked the question, how many
Yep.
part-timers do you think you could get to? And it kind of, were 2.
We went down a rabbit hole.
Plus potentially 2 more. So then I was trying to do the math of 250, which is the current motion, versus 200. And the difference between the two with 4 part-timers is $4,600 for the season, which out of like in a vacuum, $4,600 is a lot of money, but compared against the available amount of money, it's not really.
Well, just because we have the money doesn't mean we need to spend the money.
Right.
No.
But the target here is getting people that can do the job.
Mm-hmm.
And are we gonna attract more with 200 versus 250?
Well, there's also the fact that we have, and we kind of touched upon it, the state has contractors, and they pay their hired trucks, the actual truck, not half bad. It could be easy to get a part-timer fished out of here for a contractor. That's my only
Okay,
thought,
so-
yeah. What we pay is close to comparable, but, there's something to be said when you just push the levers down and drive, and you're doing a state road rather than up and down, doing corners, doing this, doing that.
That's part of the reason why we don't have contractors lining up.
Right, yeah.
It's a lot harder to do.
Yeah, doing town roads is a lot harder. Like, you think of the state road, they just put their iron down and they plow,
Yeah.
right?
You're on cruise control.
Yeah, you're on cruise control, so, put it in float and go, so. So, yeah, I think that, do I hold the crystal ball, is $50 a week the difference? I don't know, but I would lean to agree with Jay on this one.
What do you think?
I think we're stuck between a rock and a hard place, so I think we better
It's an understatement.
try to, I think we better do it and see if we can get help,
Yeah.
instead of,
And this might be an attraction for a couple of the guys that were on the fence to come help us, so.
and then I hope that we put an article together. I hope that the town will listen and give them a decent amount of money.
Yeah,
And we can keep them, retain them another year and not have to pay the bonus.
I don't want the viewing audience to think that we're not considering the taxpayer here, because we are. And what I mean by that is if we don't do something, we don't react to this situation we have at hand, then the roads won't be plowed, it's a downhill chain effect. So we're trying to do what's within our limitations and present something to the voters to say, hey, this is where we need to be to attract, help, to come in and do this.
I think that's a very good point. I mean, we know this in the back of our minds, but it does bear fruit to actually say it out loud, is that the reason we're doing this is because, just like you said, if we don't do it, there will be a service level impact.
Yes.
And it's going
Yeah.
to be not pretty.
And I don't think we're any different than probably 90% of the municipalities in the state with the challenges that we're facing in front of us right now in a somewhat blank roster. Look, there's help wanted signs everywhere. It's private sector, public sector, doesn't matter where it is, so.
Well, and maybe what we can do is do it in stages, do a bigger chunk next year for payroll, and then the following year do a smaller chunk.
Yeah.
And not push it all on
make
them
it
in
make
one
it
year.
Make it a tiered approach or what have you, yeah, but.
Yeah, I
we
mean, I
we-
think you're gonna have to give them a couple bucks an hour, they're not gonna,
We're gonna have to come up with some kind of a solution,
Yeah.
so, but anyways, all right, any other discussion on the motion and seconded motion at hand?
So I'm still staring at 250 versus 200. It's $1,150 difference per
Employee.
and- Yeah, and because the line we are trying to balance is, kind of brutally, what is the least amount of money we can pay
and,
to
yeah, I
draw
know.
in the most number of people?
Well, let me get the
No,
crystal ball.
You're,
Yeah.
that's an accurate statement.
And so can we get away with $4,600 and save taxpayers more money, have more money for whatever else we need? I don't know.
There hasn't been a ton of public comment over the past 2 weeks that I've heard about the plow situation, but what I have heard is that people say, spend the money.
Well, we haven't heard anything because it hasn't snowed yet either.
No, but I'm just saying,
Right.
since I've been here.
What
one-
few, yeah,
I've heard a few comments, but they were consistent with, spend the money.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's good for some people, but there are some people that are living on a fixed income, so I think we really have to be careful, because I don't want to see people, you know, taxed out of their houses.
I don't disagree with that statement at all. Unfortunately, you know, like I said, rock and a hard place, that's a very good acronym.
And this specific action, though, that we're talking about right now, does not increase taxes.
Correct.
It
It's a
doesn't
one,
give
it's a one
back
time.
as much money,
Right.
but it's not increasing
Right.
taxes.
Right. So. Anything else? Sherry? Salem? I know you're still hinging, but,
I just hate spending money. But, yeah,
all right.
It's not
Right.
what you're hung up on, it's not guaranteed, right? So we might
That's a
say
good
that it's
point.
250,
Yeah.
and you might end up only paying them the 46.
All right.
I don't know.
yeah, you got me. Okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
Wow, that was quick. So, all right, moved and seconded, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay,
I hope it works.
I hope it works too.
Are we going to give Jason the authority to make these changes and sign on behalf of
Yes.
the employer?
Can we, let me ask this, if he cleans it up, say tomorrow or Wednesday and ships it over to us, if we have any more small, I mean, obviously the content is here.
Tweaks,
Yeah,
yeah.
tweaks, if we just want to email it back to him, is that good?
I'm all
Obviously,
right with that.
individual, don't reply all, but
So there's the
Yeah.
one carve out in 91A about when you don't need to have a public meeting to discuss. And one of them is circulation of draft documents. And we've never really used it. This may be a case for it.
But it wouldn't,
Run it by me.
But
Yeah, I got it.
it would be finalizing a document.
we would be finalizing those when we draft.
Okay, so 91A2, meetings open to the public. It's paragraph 1, subparagraph D. So these are reasons, its meeting shall also not include A, B, C, this one, D, circulation of draft documents which, when finalized, are intended only to formalize decisions previously made in a meeting, provided that nothing in this subparagraph shall be construed to alter or affect the application of any other section of RSA 91A to such documents or related communications.
So is changing that to a than, is that violation? It'd be one thing if we were changing 5750 to $5,000. That'd be way outside that'd be right in the privy. But, I mean, we can,
Well, I mean,
you know,
I don't feel confident enough.
all right, that's fine. I mean, if, just ship it over to us and I guess we'll read it and give it the final approval Monday, the final draft form approval Monday.
So what was so different that,
We changed
dates,
the dates,
Yeah.
the employee,
the amounts,
he was gonna craft up some language unless we did it tonight for the, how to, if it snows, it snows
that one? That's-
part-time.
That's the big.
It's the only part,
I think
it's,
that's a pretty simple statement.
the part-time is the only thing we have to hang on.
Let's see if we can just knock it out.
Okay.
Bonus is only paid if a call-in is invoked during that pay period.
There it is. I like that.
Yep.
Yeah. And that would be under what, eligibility? Or payment structure?
Payment structure.
payment.
Payment structure. So it'd be a 2.1, actually,
Three.
because, well, we got rid of the,
Two.
Yeah, that's all gonna get restructured.
yeah, that's all out, so I think it would be 2.1, wouldn't it?
We're probably be in a 2.2. Like 2.1 will be the payment
Initial
of
payment.
whatever we agreed to.
We're not gonna do the
250 a week for
initial.
23 weeks. 2.2.
Well, I thought that was,
2.2 is coming out because.
I thought
we're
that
not
was
doing
one.
monthly payments.
I thought the amount was number one. because that says the amount of 10,000
Yeah, we're not gonna
services.
do an initial payment, though. We're doing it based
No.
on 23 weeks.
But what,
But we don't know what the total will be for part-time.
Up to.
Up to,
yeah, employer agrees to pay, and I would change that to part-time employee, a total bonus of up to $57.50.
And then the structure would talk about weekly
Yeah, the weekly
and
and the.
yeah,
in-
only if you get called in.
On the callback, yeah. Okay. I know we're trying to hash it out, but I'd rather see a final copy before I
Yeah.
give it the check plus.
yeah,
Just because there's so many X's and dashes, and
we can do it Monday.
you said we can do it Monday though, right? Because we still got, I mean, the 17th is not until,
You have one more meeting in between them.
yeah, we'll just do it, we'll just finalize it on Monday.
Monday, okay.
Does that work? It'll be a lot cleaner on Monday.
Just, yeah, as long as a week doesn't lose us anybody.
Even as long as we don't, I mean, even if we have to do a quick, the van Monday, at least the structure will be changed, the content will be changed.
I mean, you've made a motion on it and voted.
Yeah,
so-
it's not gonna change.
Right,
So he could make a phone call and say, hey, this is gonna happen on the 17th, type thing,
right.
I mean, the content and the intent is there.
Yeah, okay.
It's just gonna be the quick verbiage changes before there's a contract drafted, that's all. So. Okay,
These are yours. Thanks. Thank you.
oh, thank you. All right, well, here we are with that. So, change gears, go up to the top of the hill.
Just to touch on kind of the last update, we are making progress. Something happened with us and Naughton's between shutting down demo and sending another load there. We're not getting hard copies of our slips here anymore. They're sending over via email up to the transfer station.
Okay.
So I have an email out to them to get them back down to us.
Okay.
But again, we're making progress. There's some other things up there that I don't feel like we should talk about in public, I
Okay.
suppose. I know we were supposed to have another discussion about it.
Okay, yep,
I don't want that to get forgotten, but
okay. When do we wanna do that?
Monday night, or do you wanna do it tonight?
I probably ought to do it tonight.
Yeah.
We wanted to keep the timeline tight, so here we are.
Yep.
So,
You can't, you have to make him wait till the end of the night.
yeah, no, I know that. No, I realize that, but I think hopefully it'll slide very long. So, okay. You got a little bit?
sure.
Okay. Anything else other than topics at hand?
You wanna talk about River Road? Actually, you weren't here today, so I can talk about River Road.
I got the email. I talked with our engineer, going back and forth with DOT. There was hopes to have results today. I haven't got anything back.
No.
I got
they-
your email at 3 o'clock this afternoon, but yeah, like she said, I wasn't in office today, so.
I mean, Tom Marshall sent over the calculations, and CR has to send it off to the chief executor of the bridges to analyze the information on the ratings.
Okay.
But he assured me he wouldn't have an answer today. He'll let me know as soon as he can. So all that's been done and submitted, but we don't, today
It's
is
in the
not-
state's hand.
It's in the state's hand, but we also have pushed to the fact that we need to use that come winter.
Yeah,
You know, we can't make the guys go around the
No.
6-ton bridge.
no.
That messes up. So
So, yeah,
they
so-
know that we're up against something, but I just don't have an answer for tonight. That was at 3:30.
Okay, there it
So
is.
that an item that once it comes in, you don't need any more discussion?
You
with
don't
the
need
board,
anything,
it's
Russ?
just
Yeah.
awareness of what's
Yeah,
going
the
on,
state will
correct?
make the determination of when to lift. We're hoping to go to C2.
Yep.
And it looks like the strength came out better than we had hoped.
Good.
So,
So basically just pull down the signs, post a C2
right,
and
as
call
soon
it
as they
victory.
give us the green light, he can take the signs down, and we'll just make you aware of that.
You've already got your C2s ready, right? They're on your desk?
Yeah, we've been waiting a while.
Yeah.
Just wanna make sure we're turnkey ready to, the delineators are in, the bolts are ready.
Yeah.
I just have one thing for Jason. Last week, I took a heat pump water heater out, mine
Okay.
failed, we replaced it. And it went in the metal, and I said, it can't go in the metal, it's a heat pump water heater. So it got pulled out while I was there, just so you know.
So where did it go?
What, it's just like refrigeration, you got a refrigeration
Okay,
thing,
so
so
you
it
had
has to go.
So it's AC, not heat?
It's a heat pump water heater. It works just like a air conditioner. So you've got your.
Yeah, so you've got Freon
Freon
pulling,
and stuff in
exchanging,
there, so it has to go out like with your refrigerators.
so.
Yeah.
So you,
Okay.
so you paid to get rid of a Freon disposal.
I did.
Okay.
Well, I told him what it was, and then he said, there's no charge. And I said, really? And then I got partway home, and I said, that's not right. So I called him up. I said, you know, I gotta go into Concord this afternoon. I'm gonna bring you a check, because I'm sure you have to put that in the refrigerator area. Just so you know, probably wanna add that, because I don't know how many people have them, probably not too many, but if it comes in, you surely don't wanna be sending
Well, Freon,
refrigeration up in your scrap metal. Somebody's gonna be,
the Freon's Freon, it needs to be over in the Freon.
Yeah, it says all Freon containing items.
yeah,
so
well,
must have been some
obviously,
confusion.
probably didn't realize it.
Probably not.
And I knew it, and then when he said, no, you don't have to do that, I don't think he was thinking that way. And I just want to make sure that whoever's up there better be made aware of that, so you don't get in a problem when you're shipping metal.
Yeah, sounds like they were, but I can,
Yeah.
have that conversation.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that they all know, whoever's up there doing it, so we don't have a problem.
Okay, so tax rate? You all set for the tax rate?
Yeah. Thanks,
Okay.
Jay.
Beth?
I will try to get this one fixed before budget season.
Oh, good.
I'm gonna need
Oh, the cord?
a, yeah.
What? I only heard my name.
She said maybe you can fix the cord.
Maybe you
Oh.
can fix it.
You gonna put the tab down to attach?
There we go.
Ta-da! Come on, Ishima.
Get in there. Why is it always so upside down?
There you go.
Oh, should we work it? I don't know if I can. Okay, so this year I do have, or the town has 3 new selectmen. One of them is not present tonight, but I thought I'd just go over real quickly on the whole tax rate setting process. So, how did we get here? So first we have the county tax, and that's governed by New Hampshire RSA 28. So the Hillsborough County Convention, they passed a $65 million budget, and in Hillsborough County, there's 2 cities and 29 towns. So for the town of Ware, our portion is $1,316,798. And they do similarly what we do to find our tax rate. They use the
Valuation.
equalized valuation of the county property within the county. Then we have our state education tax rate, and that's governed by RSA 76:3. This is an interesting one. The commissioner is required to set the tax rate at a level sufficient to generate revenue in $363 million every year. $363 million in revenue. So for 2023, the town of Ware's portion is $1,830,230. And that's $1.44 per thousand across the
Based on
state.
2021.
Yeah,
says.
yeah, they're 2 years past. So now on to the town tax rate. So the voters approved $9,134,982 in appropriations. We had $4,232,409 offsetting revenues that will go into much more detail next week when we do the revenues. And then the voters voted to use some fund balance on 2 warrant articles. So we needed to raise $4,630,632. The town is also responsible for the veterans' credits, so we have to add that, and then we're responsible for the abatements. So the total town tax is $4,858,134. And now on to the local school. So the Ware School District appropriations less revenue is $16,319,356. John Stark's appropriation less revenue is $13,420,302. But we do share that school with Henniker. So Ware's portion is 70.32% of the total budget
For John Stark.
for John Stark.
Okay.
Yeah. So our tax effort, if you will, is $9,436,281. So we do get, both schools combined get the education grant and then the less retained state education tax. So you less those from the appropriations. So the total local school tax is $16,259,435. Okay, so where's that leave us? So that leaves us as we have to raise $24,264,597. So a lot of questions that we get when we set the tax rate is what is the fund balance? That word is thrown out a lot. I know this is a lot to read, but in governmental accounting, it's the difference between your assets and your liability. It's different than the public sector because it requires separate self-balancing accounting entries to track every fund's revenues and expenditures. It's not a cash account. There's not an account down at TD Bank that's just fund balance. It's misunderstood and criticized a lot, thinking it's our pool of money, it's the black pot we go to a lot. It's really important that we have a sufficient fund balance to support us. As you could tell, $24 million. We need to make sure that all those bills get paid, whether they're going to the school, the state, the county. So if we don't have a good, strong cash flow, we have to borrow, which obviously we have interest related to that, and it opens us up to risk. So at the end of year 2022, which is obviously the full year, 12 months, we had uncollected taxes of $1,122,333. We had other receivables that weren't collected yet. So at the end of 22, we had $1,339,290 still left uncollected. So far this year, as of October 31st, we have $925,611 still uncollected.
So we're on track to be just about the same as 22?
Yes. Yep.
On top of, that's combined, right? It's not just, it's not gonna be 1.3, it's gonna be 2.6.
It's going to be separate, yeah.
2.6, okay.
So how much fund balance should we retain? So the NHGFOA recommends that we retain between 5 to 15% of our unassigned fund balance. So if you figure out that our total operating expenses are $24,264,000, the 5 to 15% would be like $1,213,000, anywhere to $3,639,000. Or NHGFOA says we should have 2 months of operating expenses on hand. So if we have 2 months of operating expenses, we use the same formula, the 24 million. 2 months of operating expenses is we should have a fund balance of $4,044,000. The New Hampshire Department of Revenue recommends between a 5 and 17% retainage. So they recommend anywhere between $1,213,000, anywhere to $4,124,000. So this is our cash flow, really. The blue are our expenditures. They're pretty averaged out over the months. April is large because it comes right after town vote. June and July are large because the school gets their lump sum payments. December is large because we have that large county bill that's due. The green chart is the actual tax revenue that we receive. So you can see we only receive it mostly twice a year, but it does come in a little bit every month. And then the orange bars are what we collect offsetting revenues, motor vehicles, building permits, transfer station fees, all of those offsetting revenues, those $4 million of offsetting revenues. So now we're going to get on to the town portion, because I don't have the school portion. So in 2023, these are all the warrant articles that were proposed at town meeting. 3 failed. Thank you. So this chart just gives you an idea of every warrant article, the appropriation, and the revenue that offset it. If there was no revenue, then it would have to be raised by taxation. So you can see by here that all our approved warrant articles, the town had a $3.59 per thousand tax rate. Again, we are responsible for the veterans credits and the overlay, so our final tax effort for 2023 is $3.76. Okay, so the county portion, we put all the eggs in one basket here, was $1.02 per thousand. State education calculated to $1.46 per thousand. The town portion is $3.76 per thousand, and then the local school portion is $12.60 per thousand. So our tax rate is $18.84. Now, if you flip that over, this is the chart that I give you guys every year. I don't have that on a slide, everyone has it in front of them. So our unassigned fund balance at the end of '22 was in the upper left, $1,325,389. We did use some, again, 2 warrant articles. The voters removed money from the fund balance to offset those warrant articles. So it leaves us available fund balance of $1,053,448. That is 3.69% retainage.
Okay.
So we do have a $10,000 overlay that we're budgeting, which comes out to $11,102. That's DRA math.
DRA math.
DRA math, it is DRA math.
When you turn the page over?
Yeah, yeah. So if we use no fund balance, our tax rate is $18.84. And then I just did 2 little columns. For every $12,906 used of fund balance, it's a penny off the tax rate.
It's a what?
A penny?
So at the bottom, it's 1884 to 1883 to 1882.
Yeah, it's just reducing it by 12,900. Yeah, and then D, I just wanted to see what it would take to get us to last year's number. So that would be using $916,000 to get us back to $3.05 per thousand for the town portion.
For the
We
town
can't
portion.
control the school, state, and county.
Right. But again,
Which D is a no-no because
We
you've
can't.
got, you can't, you've got
Can't.
Yeah,
Can't go that long.
but again,
unpaid
Curiosity.
taxes. Yeah.
we have to flip back the page over, and when the voters stepped in the booth, this is what they approved,
yes.
Exactly.
okay?
And actually, right to the penny, we were very good estimating last year. I think in the little mailer,
Right.
I think our operating budget was $3.25. Ended
Right.
up being $3.20.
So with our operating budget and all the different warrant articles that passed when they stepped in, they were aware there was gonna be at least $3.59 town taxation.
Correct.
And then the veterans credits they voted on already, and the overlay is the overlay. So these are all voted numbers for that 376. And again, we're already under everybody's recommendation of 5% at 3.69 with no fund balance used. So. And I think if we're talking 2 cents, it's 1 cent, 2 cent is,
Yeah,
it's water under the bridge to me. So. Any questions for Beth on how she got to this? How we got to where we're at?
All the steps make sense, I'm still just tying it all together.
yeah, a lot of information.
And I would be remiss if I didn't go back and always say,
No, like, oh,
local schools, 67%.
Yep. So the town is, a percentage of the total general fund operating expenditures, so of all the tax money collected, 67% goes to the schools, 20% goes to the town, and 13% to state and county.
Actually, we don't actually cut a check to state education. That money goes right to the schools.
There you go, so they even get more. But it's kind of a pass-through type thing.
Yes.
Just, yeah, we're a
They
pass-through.
call it a grant,
So,
but,
so we get, again, to run the town is 20% of the tax bill.
Maybe we shouldn't have schools anymore. Oh, my God.
And in dollars and cents, to break
Home
that
access.
down, 1884 is the proposed tax rate. $3.76 is the town, $12.60 is the schools, $1.46 for school for the state, and $1.02 for the county, to break all that down. So. And years past, 2018, we retained 5.18, 2019, we retained 4.67, 2020 was 5% even, 2021 was 6.32%, and 2022 was 5% even again. So, and again, DRA and the state, DRA is the state, they all recommend 5%, which we can't
They
even
said
get there.
we're below the 5% that
Can't
should be
get
there.
Right, so,
So would they have to approve a plan to retain that?
no, it's all us.
Because it's below 5%?
It's still us.
yeah, if we used any, they would definitely come in and,
Yeah, start questioning.
yeah, ask us
Right.
if we, take a look at
So,
So if we're supposed to have 5%, then why aren't we doing it?
We don't have the money.
There's no
we just
money.
don't have the money.
We already voted to use it.
We've already used it, we're still less on, we're on slate to be 2 million less on revenues from,
It's unpaid taxes.
from unpaid taxes. So we're slated to be,
Which goes to your point of people are struggling,
right,
Yeah.
but
right, so,
we can't make up the 5%. We just hope to,
Right.
there isn't any to spend.
correct. So with that,
So I see that as, we have got to be careful about proposed warrant articles.
oh yeah,
Oh, yeah.
definitely.
When
And I-
when
and I
I'm looking at
think-
the history, and you read it off from 2018 to 2022, pretty good, pretty close to 5.
Yep.
Almost, over 6 in 2021. But we
But-
did, and I'm not saying any of this wasn't useful, but we did spend a lot of money as a town this past
Right,
year.
and I think, and it also goes to say also too, that in the past, this board has voted to use money to reduce taxes, and then there was also, the board has voted to put it in front of the voters to use as a warrant article offset. And last year was over 500,000 we used between offsetting taxes and offsetting warrant articles, so.
And 600 the year before.
Was from the board was reduced, but nothing was used for warrant articles. And
it's in
then
there.
in 18, 44,000 is used for it to reduce warrant articles, so. I think it's pretty clear cut that we will not be using any fund balance for warrant articles this year. And I think that we have to be very careful, like Salem said, But with that, I'm going to make a motion that we accept the 3.69 retainage of column A, which would make the total tax rate $18.84, which would be using 0 fund balance. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion.
And just, because I don't, you may have read it off, but there are a lot of numbers there, so just to say it out loud, this will result in an 8.3% increase in people's taxes over 2022. But that's putting us, at a very low retainage.
Still at a low retainage. Lowest I've ever seen, well. Yeah, I think it's the lowest I've seen since 2015, so,
Yeah, it's my lowest. Yeah, 2022 was very generous.
yes,
Yeah.
on our,
The Board of Selectmen used 372, the voters used 260, and then again in
Correct.
'23, we used another 271.
right,
It goes fast.
goes fast, so.
Is this the only knob we can turn, fund balance used here?
The only knob we can turn, what,
As
to
far
reduce
as
the taxes?
There's,
Right.
there's no,
Yes.
yeah. From the town's aspect,
Sure.
right, from the town's 20%, that's the only way we could do it.
Yep.
If the schools wanted to, they have the mechanism, but that's another topic for another day. So,
Another meeting, another
another
board's meeting.
Yeah. So, any other discussion? Call a vote, all those in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Set.
So, we have a very fine process we have to follow to get the bills out.
Yes.
So Beth has documents from Department of Revenue that need to be signed by you guys, so she can put it up in the portal for the DRA tomorrow.
Yes,
At that point, they still look at it before they approve it.
yes.
Then what'll happen is Avatar's coming in Wednesday to do the final deed changes and things like that. And then Wednesday, I'm gonna reach out to all of you and ask you to come sign the warrant Wednesday night.
Mhm.
So that Thursday,
Send tax
with
bills.
good luck, we could start making the move to print bills. We still have a ways to go. We have to look at negative tax bills and some other things. Our anticipation is to put them out no later than next Friday, and they would be due December 18th, which it's a week better than last year. We were due 23rd of December. So I will be, Beth has the forms, I think, with her for you to sign.
Yep.
If you guys would take a minute to sign those.
Of course.
It's
And-
not a form, I just need, probably just a
You just need your
For my
signatures.
records, that you guys agree, 'cause everything is stored in the portal,
So that I will reach out to you, provided everything goes well Wednesday, Avatar gets everything printed. I just ask you to stop by, so without your signature, we can't move anything. And then also Friday, we're closed because of Veterans Day. So that's why we're on a tight schedule, even tighter.
Hey,
Are
Beth,
we doing the CBA here?
Upstairs, yes.
So is that good enough coming in, like, at the same time doing the CBA, go and sign that?
That's Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
But like late Wednesday?
Yeah, because they're gonna, Avatar's gonna be here Wednesday during the day, yeah. So that's my hope, because we're gonna do the
I'll come by
CBA.
after work.
Yep, yeah, I'll just let you know when it's done, and we have CBA, so you could stop, and then Janice is around, or we can stop after work.
Okay.
I'll just let you guys all know it's ready.
yeah.
Entertain motion for me to sign this as a chair for the New Hampshire
Do you
Department of
wanna-
Revenue
You want
preliminary
me to sign?
tax rate form for 2023.
There's no place to
We'll
sign.
make a motion that we authorize the chair to sign the preliminary tax rate for the town to go to the Department of Revenue Administration for the year 2023 at a rate of $18.84.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Yes.
Abstain.
Beth, can you print out the stuff that you had up there on the board?
Yeah, you want the presentation?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll print it out.
yeah, because I couldn't really see it very good, and,
Oh, I didn't know about that angle.
yeah.
Okay. Brings us to the manifest. Which I have in front of me. And I emailed, and before I do this, I emailed Beth on a employee wage that I noticed, and you had, Salem had requested a different form of how the pay was structured down.
Based on the manifest last week. Just-
Yeah, and it ain't important the storm, but it did cue me to go look through, and I noticed that there was a large adjustment I felt made for the fire chief at the rate of $48 an hour for his pay. And with that, I reached out to Beth, and I got a explanation that the Board of Fire Wards had made that motion to pay the fire chief that amount, to put him in line with the town administrator and the police chief. Now, my feelings on that is the town voted for a part-time fire chief.
Right.
And the acting fire chief we have now is working full-time, and that wage of $104,000 is full-time wage, which did not go in front of the taxpayers for that change. This board has restructured, we've moved positions around, we've reduced, we've never gone to a full-time position without the taxpayers included. So, from today forward, I'll be voting no on the manifest due to that fact, as I don't believe that was put in front of the voters correctly. So, and with that, we'll need somebody else to read the manifest.
And if the board were to not approve this? What is the result of that?
I believe payroll has to go through regardless, right?
Yeah, let's go through, we can't.
Right. We can't stop payroll.
You can't stop.
But to me, it's still not, they took that position away from the voters, I feel.
I would add to that in a year where the Board of Fire Wards asked to dissolve themselves and the town agreed, I feel like a lot of changes have been made in that final year before those responsibilities will fall on the Board of Selectmen going forward. I feel like this was supposed to be a transition year, something we had asked for. I don't feel like we ever really received it. And just personally, not with any kind of board opinion, but yeah, personally, that has not gone the way I thought it would have.
No. And I have nothing ill to say about the candidate that we have in as the acting fire chief. But again, just the way that this was gone about, I feel is completely wrong. So, and I know that we don't have the authority at this board level at this moment in time to change it. But I can't in good faith vote forward to that weekly, so. So, who wants to read the manifest?
Well, and you said payroll has to go through.
Payroll has to go through,
And
yep.
So what does that mean for accounts payable and the Ware School payable this week?
I have no problem with any of the other ones. I signed the other ones, but I did not sign payroll. So, again, I'm only one board member, but I just don't feel that that was done correctly. So, we can't stop payroll.
What accountability does the Board of Fire Ward have for this?
Well, right now, until March.
Right now, they have what's in their
haven't-
budget line. Whatever's in their budget line. So, whatever that amount of money in their line is. But
I don't think we can do anything about it.
we don't have any jurisdiction on it
That's right.
currently
So-
at the moment in time, till March.
I guess my feeling,
It-
as
it-
far as I'm aware,
it may be
everything was
moved.
done legally and correctly, but I would agree with your sentiment that it's not necessarily what I think people thought would happen.
No, and I don't think it's the will of the taxpayer, so.
No.
That's at least, yeah, my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
But I'll make the motion, I will sign it, but with the caveat that, yeah, I don't think it's
Right.
as intended. So, I'll make a motion to order the treasurer to sign the payroll and accounts payables checks dated November 9th, 2023, as included in the following manifests. Payroll manifest, $68,008.12 for the weekly payroll. Accounts payable manifest, $184,000, I'm sorry, 184, for,
It's not as easy to read as you think. No.
$184,481.95. Ware School payable manifest, $250,000 for a total of $502,490.07. Is there a second?
Second?
All those in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed?
Opposed?
Me. All right, I hand it to Naomi. Thank you.
Are there 3 signatures on the?
Yes,
She'll take the box if you.
I believe that there is.
I haven't signed this.
I haven't signed any, have you signed anything there?
Yes, I just haven't signed it.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm in that one.
You can give her the box, I can take the folder after.
Just making sure everybody's got the carbon copies here. That's good. Three and three.
I'll grab the orange one and put it.
Yeah, it's just the orange one.
If you leave that on your desk, I'll put it in it. I'll put that on your desk in the morning.
Okay.
Tonight, when I'm done.
All right, so we will move.
Do you wanna go and do all the sets of minutes while you're waiting on Jason, or what do you wanna do?
Yeah.
What?
Well,
What do you mean
there's,
Through all these
there-
sets?
well, there's one that I know we're not gonna touch, which is the 5 pages or whatever.
I only
right?
got to 3 of them, so I was,
Yeah, that's fine.
I was hoping we'd make a little bit of headway.
Yeah, and that's what I was kinda thinking, was just, we'll do
I
a
just
few.
didn't know.
Yeah.
Let me find it though. Yeah, okay.
That was
Where do
kind
you wanna
of
start?
my hope.
9:18, so I went through 9:18, 25, and 10:2.
Okay.
What's that? Which one did you say?
I did the weeks
First three.
of 9/18, 9/25, and 10/2, yeah, the first three.
Okay.
That's really not a whole lot.
I didn't think it was a whole lot, no.
It's like 4 corrections.
9/18. Yeah, they're right there. Thinking, computing, downloading. Okay, 9/18. What do you got?
Line 62, it said Zoomy, it should be Zoomies, plural.
Oh, okay.
205 had a vote of 5, 0, and 1, that should be 4, 0, and 1.
Hang on what number?
205.
Oh,
Oh, it should be 401.
Yep.
yeah, thank you.
Line 255, it referenced a couple of people, Selectman Cahill and I don't remember who the other guy was, but then it used the pronoun he, which I thought was kind of confusing. I think he should say Selectman Cahill's estimate. I don't actually have it in front of me.
Yep.
So what do you gotta do?
Yeah, so, yeah, it makes it sound like the previous roofer had done something with $1,000, but instead it was Selectman Cahill talking about an
carried,
estimate he had
yep.
put together.
Yep.
And then that ties into line 256, where the first word in that line is from, and it should be for. And that's all I had for September 18th.
Anybody else have it? Sherry?
No.
No? Okay. I'll move to approve the September 18th meeting minutes as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay. That moves us to the 25th. 25th.
Yep. Two things, line 385, I had offered to do like a network, talk to the IT guy, Doug, about the network in this building. And it mixed up, what was written kind of mixed up something I was saying with what you were saying at the same time. And so I just want to correct that. It says about getting boosters to help with, and then through the rest of that sentence. But what I actually said, I went back to the YouTube video to just line this up. I would rather that say to get a topology and logical layout of the town's networks.
A what and a what?
Yeah. So it's
It says offered to work with IT about,
about getting boosters to help with
Yep.
yada, 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 yada. And I would replace about getting boosters and the rest of that sentence, I would replace that with to get a topology and logical layout of the town's networks. Because that's all. I wasn't trying to like go and do actual physical equipment changes or any of that, just
apology and what?
logical layout of the town's networks. It's like get a network diagram. That's what we ended up talking about.
You just want a map.
You want,
Yeah.
you want a roadmap of how this works? Mhm. Like I said, we can kick this back to layman terms, guys.
And 456, it doesn't note that we voted unanimously to seal those minutes.
Okay, so you're missing a paragraph.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're missing the,
The sealant.
okay, do we need to go back or recall it? or
Well,
do you
we had gone off video and we went to non-public and then we came out. and-
Yeah.
I mean, I can jog your memory, but it was a non-public and we sealed it.
I'm pretty sure I remember what it was, and I believe it was you that made the motion
Yeah.
and me that seconded it. And it was an all in favor.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I pretty clearly remember you making the
I
motion.
called back to a previous meeting.
Yes, so. Yes,
Well, so the envelope that's in the other room. Under L.
Mhm.
The envelope that I gave to her because it says seal and restricted, no. I'm just saying that's what the outside of the envelope. because I didn't have that information, so that's what I did. The prior one you gave me on the bottom, handwritten. This one,
My handwriting?
the one that you're talking about. I was-
But my handwriting.
No, on the 18th, your handwriting is there with the motion and everything.
Oh, to seal and
The
restrict.
ones on the 25th, the first one at 9:39 was sealed and restricted. The second one under L turned in over there, which says no at 10:38. Just saying.
Yeah, because we're
That's
at,
why there's nothing there, because I didn't know. I didn't know to share it.
at the top it was, yeah, we did seal one set.
You did the first set.
Yeah, the first set.
Double check, what's the first one say?
Yeah, it says, we entered in under A and C, we roll called, and then it was you that moved it, and it was Sherry that seconded it to seal the non-public minutes.
That was at the beginning.
That was at the end of the meeting, I mean, it wasn't at the dead end of the meeting,
Yeah, you guys were late.
but then we went under L.
L is legal.
That was legal.
All right. A and C you did seal. That was earlier. Because I was here for that. But there was no, that's why it's not here, because the envelope that got turned into the town clerk says no, because I didn't have the answer.
Yeah, well, I would swear on anything, right, we did. If that is the set of minutes, I think it is.
No, I'm thinking the first set then, not the second set.
But that doesn't explain that, I mean, maybe this happened up here then.
Yeah, I think it did. You think it's out of order?
But then why that? We did that last. I mean, we can just go look at the minutes.
Good.
So-
They're not sealed.
So
They're in
then-
an
but then why are they-
envelope, they're
why are
in an
they in
envelope in there. It says
Yeah.
sealed, yes or no. I checked off no, because no one gave me any
But
information.
then why weren't they publicized?
I didn't have, I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't, so why would they end up in an envelope if they weren't sealed?
If they weren't sealed.
And why would I have taken the minutes?
Yeah.
Well, Naomi was on vacation, right?
No, no,
Oh,
no,
you
no,
were
no.
out.
you asked me to leave.
We asked her to leave.
You asked me to leave.
I don't,
I
why,
didn't have any
Yeah,
information.
I would.
why would we use an envelope otherwise?
No, the envelope was in mine. It was folded to be put in the envelope. I
Yeah,
can't even.
I never, yeah, I just folded it, and I don't think we did that. The second one, I don't think we did. The first one we did, in that topic,
Yeah,
but
because
the
you
second one, I
handwrote-
don't think we did.
You handwrote the envelope,
Yeah,
and then the other one I got
Which
was
is
just
the
asked
fo-
to put in an envelope.
and it was the folded paper.
Right,
It was
yeah.
a folded paper.
So the
But
first
then
one we
why is it-
did,
But then why would it go in an envelope if it wasn't
I
sealed?
don't know. I was asked. to
Like, we
do
don't
what I
use
did.
we don't use the envelope. If the
it's not-
non-public minutes
not-
aren't sealed, then they don't need an envelope. So if we wanted an
but
envelope,
but I took the minutes and I handed them over in an
Yeah.
envelope, that's all, just so.
And
for-
asked me to put them in an envelope, so I did, and then I didn't see where it was sealed, so I checked off no and took them downstairs. I didn't know.
I don't remember.
I wasn't
I
part
don't
of
remember
it.
the second sealing. I remember the first one, not the second one. But at this point, I
Maybe
think we
we-
need to
Look
look at
at,
them.
look at the minutes.
I remember
Look
it.
at that.
Okay, so we wanna leave this one in draft form?
Sure.
Okay. We're gonna leave it in draft.
And that was still 925?
Yes.
So the other thing that kind of jogged out of that was, we had talked about updating the cemetery trustees website, and we had decided that should just say board members at, where nh.gov, but it has the individual members, which
Okay.
don't include our newest member.
And then you're gonna leave it alone. These are gonna stay.
He's gonna stay in draft until we figure out what's going on over there. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we'll move on to the 10-2.
Line 36, it says the director, and what he actually said was a very direct.
Okay.
77 says but, it should say put.
Yes. Next.
122, we did not say we would approve it. And I went back and forth like 5 minutes, plus or minus on this.
Okay, yep. Yeah, you haven't done it yet.
Yeah. And 124, it says something like said, and then another word right after. I just said is
Purchasing
redundant.
policy.
124, what's it?
It says, Selectman Cahill asked how often they would be adjusted.
It says, yeah, Selectman Cahill said asked, and just scratch the word
Oh,
said.
yeah, said asked, yeah. Okay,
That's it.
okay. Anything else on 10-2?
Wait, what, you said what?
124, it says Selectman Cahill said asked,
Said asked,
and just scratch the word said.
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. Anything
That's
else?
it. Nope.
Okay, move to approve the October 2nd meeting minutes as amended.
Second.
Moving seconded, all those in favor?
Aye.
Yes? Abstentions?
And that's all I got through.
Okay. Move to administrative report.
Hang on.
I had a question on minutes.
Oh.
I don't know if you want it here or in other business.
No, that's fine. Good place for
What-
it.
What actually is the policy for getting the minutes posted to the website after, the whole generic process?
As soon
So,
as I get them, I
Yeah.
review them for spelling errors, because there has been some spelling with names,
with names, yep.
and then I put them up. I got them Sunday afternoon.
So, yeah, so usually what, it's the minute taker does not live in town. She basically transcribes it from the YouTube video she watches, and then once she completes it, she sends it to Naomi. Naomi does what she just stated,
just
and then we post it on the town website.
As a draft?
Yes.
And then you just approve to what happens next?
So now I take off the draft and the numbers on the side, fix the things that he had talked about, or you guys agreed to.
Yeah, we agreed to.
And then we put final up there and edit, instead of saying draft, say
We take-
final,
we take-
and then take the numbers off, fix it, and then post it.
So how long does that take? This
Well-
last piece?
The last piece, it's,
I mean, I'm not here tomorrow, Tuesdays I'm not here,
yeah,
provided Wednesday doesn't turn into
a show, yeah.
I try to get to it first thing, but
Yeah.
doesn't mean
I went
Wednesday
back and
morning.
downloaded the last 3 years' worth of minutes,
Mhm.
and 2021, there was one that still said draft. 2022, 20% of them still said draft.
Yeah,
And 23, 80% of them still said
That's because
draft.
I was doing them all by myself the last time.
yeah.
I
Until
think in
just-
Is that-
22, November and December, there's only one set of minutes for those 2 months on the, showing.
Yeah, I said there was about 7 sets I hadn't finished.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, and there's, again, and that was why we hired the minute taker, and Salem, Salem pushed hard. But yeah, that's why and it's we post within the 5 days of the draft.
Well, this time we didn't.
Right, but,
She and the baby have been sick.
correct, so, and we knew that was probably gonna happen, and we
And
still,
there's 21 pages to that set.
correct,
Yeah.
so,
That was our 5-hour
Yeah.
meeting.
Right.
And I know that,
Is it a reasonable expectation that the final minutes should be posted in a timely manner as well?
there is no legal obligation to, but I think
Right.
it's something we should strive
Reasonable
for.
We
Yeah.
should strive to do it.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's as soon as we can.
To your point about the markings as draft, was it the title of the download that still said draft, or was it in the file?
Well, the title, I think I had been just using the title.
Oh,
I
okay.
wasn't using draft or final, because
Right.
that was mentioned in one of. the
Right, that's what I was getting
Not
at.
to, no, in the recent
Now
past,
I
yeah.
do use the final and the draft, but I wasn't before. I was just going on, taking off the draft, putting up the final, and
Right.
no one knew if it was draft or
Changed.
final. So we've moved to the draft and final as
As
suggested.
in the last couple of weeks, right?
I think it's the last few months.
Okay, last few months.
September
Yeah,
said
yeah.
draft.
I do remember us having that conversation about
Because
how to post it.
I always just took down the draft.
Yeah.
Put up the final, but I never changed
To final.
one way or the other in the wording.
Right, so,
Right.
yeah, okay.
take an action to look at those? The drafts that are out there, that
Yeah.
still say draft?
Or maybe you can give that to
Yeah,
Monique.
yeah, I don't know
No, I'm
who
just saying.
specifically,
Yeah.
but it's an action. for
that particular one. Yeah. So, okay. The report,
Well, it's 4 pages.
Nice,
I'll
good.
try to get through it.
all of it.
I did on both. Just trying to keep everything moving without forgetting, because human error. DPW already been pretty much, touched upon, the River Road Bridge. Everybody's did the, LPA training, and now we're moving on to working with the next steps. Hopefully, we can get the RFP to the state so they can approve it, and then we can put it out to bid. That's for the 80-20 match for the repair. I haven't heard one way or the other about the stickers. The deadline has expired, as you all know. Hopefully monitoring is still happening consistently. Jason gave us an update tonight. Police Department, Chief Moore gave you the update on the radio. CBA negotiations, first meeting is Wednesday from 5 to 7. We're gonna do upstairs in the town office, just outside my room. Parks and Rec, at this time, I don't have an answer whether she'll be able to take the minute taker. I'm not quite sure that that's gonna work right now.
Sorry, that reminds me, Janine asked to get taken off the,
She was taken off.
okay.
Oh, you know what? She's probably not taken off the group yet.
Yeah.
Okay. She was taken off the regular, but not group. Okay. Bolton Field, I know Jason's pretty strapped with, but we talked about a proposal for the Bolton Field, and then we also talked about, this was a while back this summer, about the, water drawdown for the boat ramp closure. Conservation, asbestos removal, they're gonna still work on an RFP, and then, we received a email from the vice chair, with a signed contract, and, I sent to you the town council's response, which we can put on, I believe, for next week's work session.
Yep.
So I have provided you that opinion at this point. And again, let's go down to the Forester again. It's been forwarded to you, and I have it on for the agenda for next week's work session.
Do you happen to recall what the source of funds was that they were trying to?
So there's a warrant article that you vote on every year for up to, I think it's $30,000 for a Forester.
But what fund does that come
The
from?
forest account.
It's the Forest account,
Thank you.
yes. But it's a warrant article you have to vote on every year.
Yeah, the tax rate will go up.
Asbestos testing on Buzzell Hill Road, the property that we own, we're gonna put that on hold. The rental and hospitality ordinance is still on hold. Police, and it should say chief, job description, on hold. Perambulation with Dunbarton, Salem, and Sherry, met with Fred here, signed the paperwork, and came out really nice. Thank you, guys.
Nice.
Can I back up to the chief's job description?
Yep.
Why is that on hold?
That was a decision made because he has an agreement, and
So-
there's an old job description.
There's an employment agreement, and there's also a job description within the police department operating guidelines, or operating procedures.
SOGs.
So,
Yeah.
And his employment agreement says it's, what it carried out, regardless, his employment agreement says that he can make his own job description changes with our approval.
yes.
Thank you.
Perambulation for other towns, have you guys heard from Henniker?
No, I didn't hear
I
anything.
forwarded some information, Francistown gave me a contact as well. It may be looking like now that it's
The
cold,
spring,
it's
yeah.
gonna be in the spring.
Springtime, yeah.
Next page, I'm off regularly on Tuesdays. Service contract list, Janice, I'll provide you that. Beth had provided us a list of all of the contracts and, that we have coming up that are due to expire in the year they're expiring and what they're for. I can share that with you. Deliberative session, we've already scheduled. The Tebow gravel, Tony went and did the inspection after the 45 days, which was on 10/27 and on 11/1, and there's still a material there. He took video and pictures of both days. There is no equipment there as of 11/1. What do we do? Do we
That was-
cease and desist? That material was supposed to be moved within 45 days, the
45.
agreement you made. The 45 days ran out the 26th, the material's still sitting there.
So I don't remember the agreement act, and that may have even been the day I was out sick.
It was 45 days, because he was,
What was it?
They
Was
were-
it 45 days where he was allowed to move, or that he had to
To
move
move it out, I think.
it was to move it out,
Okay.
or move it around.
It was had to get off of 104, because there was no permit
Correct.
for 104.
Right.
The
Right.
the
To go back
permission
to
that you were
107.
asked for was 107.
Right.
And all the material was being processed on 104.
Right.
And so part of your motion was that you signed it, you got the lease agreement from the farmer, but that material, you had 45 days to remove
Remove
that
it from
off of
104.
104 because there's no permit.
Yeah.
And that material's still sitting there. There's been a dent made in it, because I have a picture of it too, I've been by there. But there's no equipment, there's no screener, there's no anything. So what do you do now? I have reached out to them indicating that the 45 days is up and that I was gonna ask what we do.
So you did reach out to him?
And I've gotten nothing from
Oh,
either
nothing.
of them. I emailed them both.
When did you reach out?
That would have been before the 26th, and said that Tony was gonna be by, and that if I didn't hear anything about, or if it wasn't gone, I was gonna bring it to the board. Because you guys are in charge of the gravel.
Well, I think it was clear when all parties met that it was 45 days to remove it, and it's not removed. Flat out.
I am pretty confident that was the day I was out, so
Well,
before making an action, I'd like to actually see what the agreement said.
okay.
Okay, so you wanna wait on that one?
Yep.
Yeah.
And, like, did we, yeah, we have a copy, but I doubt you have a
I
copy
don't,
of the
yeah.
agreement.
Yeah.
I remember getting one in an email after
Yeah.
the fact.
Can you just ship that
So
out again?
forward
Ship
the
it again.
agreement from the farmer?
Yeah.
Okay. Eviction notices, Ricky came in the other day, signed the eviction notices, they've been shipped off to town council. My question to you is, do you wanna schedule an auction for late November?
Yeah,
Yeah.
as long as we're in our timelines.
I'll just double check, I don't know how long it takes for the sheriffs to deliver the eviction notices, but we have given them the eviction notice, and we also, have given them time, the 30 days, which didn't come forward, which constituted the next step, which is to go to the sheriffs for eviction.
Yeah.
I'll
So
just double check we're within the
As long as our
timeframe.
timelines are right, I think we should, right?
Wasn't that eviction notice sent out like,
Well, you
couple
had to
months
give them a notice that you were going to evict.
Yeah, there's a process.
And they had 30 days to come back, which you heard from somebody.
yeah,
And then, at that point, the answer was you still can go ahead
Yeah.
and evict, and that's why Ricky had the eviction notices to sign. So now the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office will deliver the evictions, because they've been signed.
okay, I thought it had happened.
But there's still timeline. I mean, it's a pretty lengthy timeline for this all to take place. Yep.
As I indicated earlier, all the town offices will be closed on Friday in observance of Veterans Day. Right to know training, that all started with the conservation had asked about it. We're gonna provide training on November 28th, starting at 6:30, and what we talked about was Zoom, and the reason why we did that is there's not one room big enough, and Zoom, I can record it.
Yeah.
So, you guys can watch it from your home at 6:30, and I'm gonna record it, and I'm gonna control the ins and the outs of everybody, because we got hijacked one time on Zoom.
Yeah, we
Wasn't
did.
very polite.
It wasn't very nice.
Yeah, oh, yeah, I remember.
So I will send you guys out the link just that Monday after Thanksgiving, and you can ask questions, she's available. It'll be a 2 hour starting at 6:30.
So, I'd like to upload that recording to our town YouTube, so just kind of a transparency type thing.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, is that, it's a recording of
A training
somebody
session.
else, but she's doing the work for us, so do we
Need
own the
permission?
recording? Yeah, do we need any kind of permission?
Well, it's our Zoom account, the town's Zoom account. So I don't know much about uploading, but it's gonna be saved that I could do something with, I just don't understand it.
Yeah,
I guess
I know that
should we
technically
ask
we
the
can
question
do it, I just
before
don't
we
know if,
do
yeah,
that?
legally if we can, if she owns any kind of redistribution rights or whatever to her own presentation. But, or do we completely own the presentation because she's doing it for us?
Yeah, I don't know that answer, I'm
I don't
sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I know I wanted to record it, and I don't have a place big enough to record it with everybody. Because what my thought was is to invite all of the boards, committees, and commissions of the town,
Mm-hmm.
so that we can do right-to-know training once and do it correctly.
Yep.
So,
Yeah,
What
and,
about the town hall? We couldn't fit everybody over there?
again, the acoustics is A, awful,
Oh.
and B, I gotta enlist somebody to record it, and if
Yeah.
I enlist someone to record it with a little tiny Canon camera, then
Then
come
it has to
back
be
here and try to
transcribed.
put up, and then,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you know.
Disaster.
It's
Disaster.
no disrespect, but I just think it would
Yeah.
be easier.
Yeah.
from
I think
there.
Zoom's fine. I guess I would like to authorize 10 minutes or whatever to just confirm that we could upload that to our town YouTube for future, for people to see it. This is how the town is operating under, this is our understanding of 91A. And for future, appointees and elected officials or whatever.
I asked just by an email?
Yeah,
Can I just ask that
that's
first?
by an email.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. All right, so correspondence, I wrote to the Connerys, and Mr. Connery filled out a volunteer form. Do you do anything with that further?
I think
have
that's
it.
all we asked for, was a volunteer form, which I think we got.
Okay,
So
yeah, I got
I'm
it.
good with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what about liability? Oh, he's gonna sign off.
Because the
right?
volunteer
Their
is
form
Signed
has
signed off.
volunteer,
Yeah,
so-
signed off, so.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I'm under correspondence, which you guys do at the end. I didn't mean to hop to there.
That's fine.
All right.
Work session items, so the solid waste ordinance, so I did call and I emailed DES, and I got a tentative schedule for everybody for Thursday, November 30th at 10 a.m. to do our site walk that was canceled at the transfer station. He said he would confirm in the next day or two, but I just wanted to give you guys that heads up right now.
Can you email that out when he does confirm?
Yep,
Thank
I
you.
will do that. Again, the forester, the roles, authorities, and contract discussion, I've put it on the next agenda as part of our work session. Cemetery sexton, it was posted with no end date, and today I've got absolutely no applicants or inquiries, so just letting you know that. I did get, I do have a resume, someone with experience would, for the handyman position that I could share with you and see if you want to interview.
Yeah, I like that idea.
He's got quite a bit of maintenance background.
Very good.
The RFP, I forwarded you the email. Cypre money cannot be used for this, but the suggestion was made in the email that maybe a request could be made to the Mildred Hall Committee for the $2,500. How would you like me to proceed?
Sure.
Mildred Hall or budget out of the bottom line?
I think we can try Mildred Hall.
Doesn't hurt to ask.
Doesn't hurt to ask.
No, what's the worst that can happen? They say no.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yep.
Well, the whole thing is supposed to affect everybody. It's not gonna affect everybody, but it's something I think that needs to be done. Maybe they'll look at it.
Oh, it
Yeah.
could, I mean, it does and it doesn't affect everybody. As far as I'm concerned, it kinda does
He has
because,
the ability to.
I mean, it affects a good portion.
A lot of
Right,
people,
a lot of people, yeah.
So in the town seal policy, I also forwarded you that. It was, she replied that it's, we're talking about the picture, not the embossed seal. So, town clerk has an embossed thing that when you
Correct.
squeeze it, that's the seal.
Yeah.
So, obviously, if it's that little picture, without the seal, obviously, it's not an action that the town can legally prevent any group from using because it's not copyrighted or copyrightable. So are you all set with that reply, or do you want to go further? You want to
We're all
drop
set
it
with that
or
reply.
leave it?
I'm good with that reply.
Drop it or leave it?
Well, I mean, it's,
Are
The
you
act-
saying drop the policy or drop the discussion?
Well, no, I'm just saying,
We can't do anything about it.
we adopted a policy that doesn't sound like if it's not copyrighted or copyrightable, then what action do we
Yeah,
take?
There's no action.
It has no
It's
weight.
just that
But-
little colored picture that you saw.
yeah, but it
tonight.
was voted on and never signed.
Right.
So we need to at least back out of
I
that.
think it needs to be rescinded.
But you don't want to pursue any further?
No.
Right.
Okay.
No.
We can continue and finish and dissolve it, or whatever we have to
Can
do.
we do that
Just
for
knock-
Monday,
we're
next
just
Monday?
Knock it out right now.
I'd say knock
Oh,
it out right
I'll make a
now.
motion.
Okay, go
That
ahead.
we
make a motion that we rescind the unsigned town seal policy adopted, 2021, is it?
2021, I don't remember the exact date.
Yeah.
Okay,
Second?
moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's done.
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 Right to know, we finished, the first one, everybody replied back to me, thank you for everybody, and so that one is closed at the moment. The other one, I'm not sure how that's going to play out, I don't know what the correspondence is back and forth. There was an email that was told the party to only give them a year's worth, which the request was 10 years. I'm not sure where that's gonna go, just to let you know.
Okay.
I don't know if you want me to just read down through the whole Drummond Woodson breakdown of the invoice.
Sure.
The total of the invoices was $4,117.82. 2023 police union negotiations, it was $1,782.27. I'm sorry. I'm only telling you what was on the bill. I don't know what RSA 106L is for reporting misconduct, 437. Military issue, 252. And then there was some other regarding mandatory reporting from police conduct matters is 598. Property and eviction was 155. Citizen conduct during BOS meeting, 456. Draft audit response, 326.50. And, other costs incurred for travel and office costs for 110.62. 10 is, a Primex reached out, and we had someone in February of 2021 when we were doing the deliberative session at the transfer station, or at the DPW.
Yes.
We had a resident that fell into the transfer station, I call it the hopper, the transfer station of trash. And so there's been a demand, and so the Primex has asked that, myself, DPW director at the time, now Selectman Knapp, and employee who was there on that day to go over the case, on site Tuesday, the 14th at 10:30. So as far as I know, we'll see where that goes.
Okay.
I left you the CIP presentation. I tried to give you everybody's schedule just to, more information. CIP schedule is gonna go to planning board on the 16th, the board of selectmen on the 20th, and the finance on the 29th. Budget schedule, the 13th, next week, you're gonna see Beth for default and revenue. Police department on the 27th, 12/4, you're gonna see fire. 12/11, highway transfer, salt, water, and sewer with Jason, and 18 as the rest of the budgets.
Okay.
Finance committee, for the rest of the year, at this point, we're gonna look at, Wednesday, the 29th at 7 for CIP, Wednesday, December 20th at 7 for the police, and Thursday for the 21st at 7 for the school budgets. We haven't really talked about the rest of the budget yet. Ethics, I gave you those as well. The forms, if you've looked online, the forms are there. We're finishing up, an FAQ, which would be finalized next week at the 15th. Wednesday, the 15th at 6, Wednesday, the 6th of December at 6. Wednesday, the 20th at 6, and then, next item I have is the 2024 SB2 March Town Meeting Calendar.
Can I ask a question about the ethics?
Sure.
I did watch their presentation, and there was quite a lengthy amount of time committed to talking about emails. Can we get them town emails now, as opposed to them using personal, external accounts?
I mean, we did it, and I think Salem has made it, that's part of his push. We did it with conservation. They talked about, right now they're using, each of them have created their own personal email account.
Right, standalone account.
One says ethics, one says something, but it's their personal email accounts.
Right.
And I think they did discuss the whole, should we do things by email or not? And so, we can, I gave them a price, and I think you're gonna see us move forward with getting everybody on that same plan.
Right, so set them up now.
So if you set them up now, it's a few months of this year, but next year it's gonna be in the proposed budget. But if you get a default, all these emails are not gonna be in the default budget. So,
Right.
I mean, I can move forward and move them as that's the direction we wanna go.
Yeah, I mean, even for the amount of time, even if it falls through, I think it's better to have them now.
That's fine.
I mean, we can set them up, so I can get the 5 of them set up with emails. Okay, on the, NHNA sends us a calendar, I hit some of your highlights. You got November 13th to December 13th to accept, petitions for zoning amendments, historic district ordinance or building codes. Tuesday, January 9th is the last day for voters to petition to include a warrant article. Monday, the 15th, you're gonna have a public hearing on your 2024 budget, and then Wednesday, the 24th is the first day to file for candidacy. Monday, the 29th is the last day for planning board to hold a public hearing on the adoption of anything that's proposed for zoning, historic district, or building. Monday, the 29th is the last day for us to post the warrant and the budget at the polling place and at the clerk's office or the town hall. Friday, February 2nd is the last day for candidacy, and Saturday, that's the 3rd, not the 2nd, as in the prior above, we're gonna do deliberative session. I'm not sure if anybody has, I leave this on there, planning board, Benji is not here. I don't know, Salem, if you guys have met, I know you guys are going to meet.
No, I would just make another reminder.
Yep.
We have kind of an open call to anybody who would like a seat on park. We have gotten some responses, so we have 2 seats, and so far we've gotten 2 responses, but I think we will be considering those at our next meeting. I think it's next Tuesday.
Yes.
A week from tomorrow.
Yeah, now one came through via email and one, there's an actual application.
Yep.
Should I forward those to Park? Are you gonna take those, or how do you wanna? I can forward them to everybody.
I know Park got the most recent one, but I thought Park got I thought Park had both.
Okay.
But
I was just gonna make sure.
yeah, I guess if you could double check, the Park got
Okay.
the first one.
And then Conservation hasn't met again either. Sherry's, they're supposed to meet this week.
Oh, next week. They just sent an email out, they don't want to meet this week for some reason, and they requested the following week.
Well,
I don't know.
I know, but somebody else already has the room, and
Somebody else
the
has the
whole
room.
idea
Well,
was,
maybe they'll meet, I don't know.
well, the whole idea was to keep everybody on TV.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
everybody
why
needs to
we-
stay on
They
TV,
did,
that's the.
it did say a 7:30 meeting though, instead of 7, which I thought was, I don't know why. I mean,
Okay.
I don't know.
We'll address that later. Cemetery trustees, Janice, when she came in, we talked about it, and right now we're approaching the end of the fall cleaning. And fall cleaning, as states in the cemetery, as well as the municipal and the fire department, that they have to be cleaned up no later than November 15th. There are 36 cemeteries that really should be checked out before the final check is cut. Who and how should we approach checking the cemeteries, all 36 of them?
Well, last year I did quite a few of
I can
them.
assure you the one next to my house has never been done, regardless.
They didn't do that, huh?
Never.
No.
My husband and I and the kids have kept it clean,
Yeah,
because it's
Well,
disgraceful.
yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, I did Poor Farm, Toby Hill, the Quaker cemeteries, one Quaker Street.
They were at Quaker Street this weekend.
And then the ones up on Clinton Grove, and the new one up there, and then I
But
did
there's even some single
Collins.
ones that need to be done.
Huh?
There's even single ones that need to be done out in the middle of nowhere.
Right, and then I did the Hadley Cemetery, the one up by Terry Knowles, the one out on, the 2 on Maple Wall, one on the intersection.
So-
I did quite a few of them last year.
So, right, so who, like I said, who and how, and Janice brings up a good point, you're making one more check at the end of this month, and it says all of them are supposed to be clean.
Yeah, and I don't think we should pay them if they're not doing their job.
So we should be, I say we as a town,
Have
tell me
they-
where you want me to go.
Have they been given that list of cemeteries?
They signed the contract when they signed it.
Which had the list on it.
Well,
has
we
the
better,
list
we
on.
better check some of them, at least spot check some.
Well, as I said, mine's never been done in all the years
But
I've lived
that's-
there for 40 years.
Norris,
But that's again, rolls back to who's gonna do it.
That's what I said, who do you want us to send out to check?
Sherry?
I mean,
Is that something?
you want all of
I'm
them?
glad to tag
Yeah,
along on it if you
sure.
want to see what you do.
Do we want to do every one of them, or just go out
Well-
and look at 10 or 12 of them?
I mean, the contract says they all receive fall and spring
Right.
cleanup.
So, I mean, Shirley can do all the ones that are on the road very quickly.
Oh, yeah.
None
know.
of these are on private property, I assume, or we.
There may be a couple.
There
There
are
is a
some,
couple off of
yeah.
Maple, you gotta hike into one, right?
Yeah, yeah, and I just
That's in
got,
the back of a
I,
lot.
that one, I don't know if they do, but I just barely got permission from the landowner to go up there. And I've been asking for a couple of years, I didn't.
So you guys wanna, I mean, I can send you the list of them.
Yeah, send me the list,
Send the list, yeah. That'd be
and
good.
we'll try to get
Tell
a
you what, I'll
bunch of
send it
them.
out to all of you.
Thank
So
you.
if you end up in the neighborhood somewhere, when you see
Take a
something.
gander.
Yeah, we'll just try to go through and do the most of them that are right on the road, and if they're not done, then,
Yeah, you'll know.
if those aren't done, the ones out in the woods aren't gonna be
Surely ain't
done.
done, right?
Can I see the contract as well?
Yeah, I was gonna send you guys a contract, cause it tells you.
The contract has a list in it.
List on it, yeah.
All right, moving on to the building projects, I just left the first one on there, we haven't touched those in a long time. Chimney, you know, the chimney at the library is done. Riverdale Road, Thursday, I'm gonna meet with Mr. Duso, and I have the plans and, to go over with him to get that little square, triangle at the
Yep.
corner.
Yep,
And
in the River
that
Road.
will make timing to get on both the planning and zoning for December, so we'll be done.
Perfect.
Solar Committee, I've been included in an email group, evidently it's grown for a bit. I've been trying to get them to come in here, and, I still do not have a date. I don't know why I can't get them to come in and talk to us. I don't know. The replacement generator is, today they moved the tank, the existing propane tank got taken today. The generator is going to be here on Wednesday between 12:30 and 1. We may have a little bit of a problem. I was going to, if everybody's okay, I'd like to just reach out to Kevin and ask him if he could be here when the generator
Yes.
came, because when I met with Irving this morning, what I got out of the conversation was you have to be so far from the building and so far from the generator. So if you're okay, I would just ask Kevin,
Yeah,
he did meet with them.
Yeah,
Prior
and he
to-
did say he would carry out that project when we
Okay.
were discussing
All
it,
right,
so.
I'll do that.
If you could,
Yep.
please.
Then the RFP, I have not put together with the HVAC system. Furnace repairs are done, everything's working fine. The fall cleanup, fall furnace services, AJ LeBlanc, I did not see the chief today. I need to figure out if they're doing theirs. They have to do those two because that's the contract.
Contract, right?
I have gone back and forth with Irving on ours. Evidently, there's more than one furnace at 144 North Star. I didn't know that.
There might
She
be.
thought there was more than two.
No, it only is,
I gotta double check on that.
about two, more than two. Well, there's three ventilation systems, so
Right,
it
that's
would- it
what we
would,
heard about.
it would
Okay.
beg to the question, the
I
three.
only gave her
One for
one, I
each
didn't know,
system.
so she's trying to make the schedule. ESP was here, they did our electronic security, they did all of the buildings except for the Southware Fire Station, and we have to test the panic buttons, and they didn't get a chance to do those. They're coming back, he's supposed to let me know tomorrow when he's coming back. Just to throw on there, I know Kevin had said before he left, the handicap ramp, he had reached
Reached
out
out
to
to.
for a number.
Yep,
So I just wanted to keep it on there so that we didn't lose
Definitely.
that.
yep, don't wanna lose that.
Sorry to be
No,
long-winded.
it is what it is.
And then just a couple things, you guys had not sworn in, I'm sorry. At the last meeting, you appointed two people for conservation. And on the new oath of office forms, even though we're not administering it, we have to sign that we appointed them. So they're gonna come in before the next meeting and be appointed by Maureen, but if you guys could sign the
Sworn in
one
by
for
Maureen.
Susanna and one for Philip, but only the bottom that you guys appointed them.
Right,
not-
just appointed by.
Just appointed by, she'll do the top after she swears in, so I'll send them down that direction. I also received a phone call from Allied Auto Wrecking, and in July, we signed his junkyard license. Junkyard license did not have his address on it, therefore he cannot go to the auctions anymore, and they won't until we have put his email or his address on there. So what I'm gonna send down for you for a re-signature is, this was the old one that you all signed. This I've added his address to and put revised, same date, same expiration.
Okay.
Handyman, I'll just pass around, you guys can look at this, and
Okay.
if you wanna, look at that
Yeah.
on, sorry. Question, okay. And then I do have the agenda that I'll hand around, the draft one for the work session when we get to that point.
And this is just because it didn't have the address, correct?
Yeah, because you now can't go to the auction.
So, do you want me to sign this, even though it was
It's
from before?
It's revised, and he knows it's revised, just, you can put today's date, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Did I put your name on that?
Yeah.
I thought I was good about changing your names.
That reminds me, let's see this too.
Very
We had
good.
talked about putting the email addresses on the headers, like, for everything going forward.
Okay. I know you guys put them on there for the policies, I
One
wasn't,
thing- Yeah,
okay, it's supposed to be on everything?
if that's everybody else's understanding.
Janice, that application right there.
I'll have to ask Beth how she stuck it in the header, because she's the one who did that one.
While you're working on emails, there's a board member at where.nh.gov and board member at wherenh.gov.
They both go to the same place.
I'm only on one of them.
Well, you should only be on wherenh.gov.
But
Because-
people are still using where.nh.gov for correspondence.
Do you get it in your proof point scan?
No.
Okay. Because I know mine gets hung up when they use the .where.nh.
Yeah.
Where.nh.gov, a lot of them get still hung up in proof point.
And it's supposed to just forward straight to the board members at wherenh.gov. It's not
Correct.
still like split out as individuals.
I don't
I
believe,
have to double check that, because I didn't think it
I'm
was
thinking
going.
it's still split out with individuals because
Yes.
they're
At
not
least
being
worth
forwarded, because
double-checking.
I'm not getting all the correspondence.
I'd like to just not use the where.nh.
I would-
I'm sorry, not board members at where.nh.gov.
I'd rather that be gone. The .nh.
Yeah,
I'd-
that makes it cleaner.
This one right here.
That should be, yeah, that should be gone. Yeah, that one. No,
I know, it's the.
that one's still
I
in
know.
place, unfortunately, yeah.
What is?
The actual website is still
Because the website's still right,
where.nh.
yeah.
Yeah. So that theoretically should be changed over too to eliminate confusion. So, there's a couple pages you gotta get to the application, so, okay. Anything else? Are you good?
Yeah, I did, like I said, I started down correspondence, but you guys usually
Yeah.
go from there.
Okay. So anything, but you don't have anything else other than correspondence?
No.
Okay. All right, so correspondence, we did receive a couple of emails. Um, Trying to go back to my email. DTE. We got a little bit of follow-up from Denise Purington, with the East Road discussion. We got that was last week. Where am I at here this week? And then we got one from, a couple from Terraman. So. Yeah.
I have something under correspondent.
Yeah, I mean, the most recent email from Terraman was a request to meet with town council, and we have had other people make the same request. The Pratts were here today, and others, and have previously not gone down that route.
No, and that was my initial thought, because we have not gone down that road. This board is the, again, per the policy, is the ones that contact town council, or authorize said, town council visit, so, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I understand the context, but,
Like, I want everything to be totally clear, because at least from where I'm sitting, I think everybody on this side of the table, like, all the steps along the way make sense, and it's all justifiable, and I think everything was done legally and correctly. But at some point, I mean, how much of taxpayers' money are we gonna spend on town council then?
right.
So, I don't know.
No, you're not wrong.
And that's one of the emails I believe I did not receive, so I can't comment on any of it.
Where.nh.gov. Yep, you are correct. I'll forward it.
And I believe she sent one last week, but I didn't receive either.
I'll forward that one too.
And I have no idea what else I might not have had.
There was one on 11/3 and one on 11/6, is that what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm, I think so, yeah.
And that you didn't get the one from Mr. Morton either? Probably not, because that was to where in H2.
No, I don't believe I did then. Don't recall that at all.
Okay, and then, where is this one going? That went to the correct one.
Thank you.
Do. I don't show the other one. Don't know where it went.
It's not loading for me. I got kicked off Wi-Fi.
You should have that one too. I don't think there's, that one went to the correct one. Oh, I think it'd be this one you're talking about. Yes, you were not included on this one. Okay, you should have 3 of them, I think I sent over. So, okay. How I have service, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a freak of nature.
Well, I haven't got it.
I'm not on the Wi-Fi, I'm actually on the tower. I'm on the tower.
That works
It's
better.
unbelievable. Usually, I usually have to be attached to the window, but, okay. Anything else?
I had another correspondence. Howard Kalugian emailed me, and just me, and asked, or I guess, ran down the list of the issues he's had with the, trying to set up a church in their, I guess at their home address, and run into issues with code enforcement. And I guess asked to try and get to the bottom of that, where they were given a cease and desist. They have their own legal counsel now who said, and we were all CC'd on this, I don't believe the cease and desist is lawful, and gave a quick deadline to rescind it, and the town did temporarily. And I believe that was last week, and we, as the town, through Tony, who I believe talked to town council, said, okay, it's rescinded temporarily. Or no, I'm sorry, he was gonna reach out to town council last week, but I believe they've not gotten an update on that since. And then there was the issue with coming in and trying to get a permit to add heating to that. So I think there were a couple of issues going on. One, we were told, no, you can't have a church, where, I'm not a lawyer, but my reading of the code seems that there's a very clear exception that, yes, you can absolutely have a church in your residence. So I don't think that,
Well, I think there's probably a couple of different moving parts to that.
yeah, so that's what I'm listening through.
Yeah.
That first
Yeah.
one, I don't think we can defend that at all, personally.
Before you get too far, I want to make sure that it's clear that I'm not going to participate in this conversation at all, because the Klugians are personal friends of mine.
Okay.
So I will not participate in the conversation.
Okay, okay, the church part, and then there was the aspect of, wanting to heat it, and I don't know the details of what the town's opposition to that was, for saying, no, you cannot get a permit, to do this, to heat the space. And that may be, I think, the point worth drilling down on right now, because it is getting cold. They would like to heat the space in their home. They're told, no, they can't.
Really?
Well, I think, again, I think that this needs to be, you know, I think we need to get both sides of the, you know, the story here. There's definitely two sides, and I'm sure that there's, you know, again, I think that the church aspect is one, and the building department is another. So, again, and I don't know.
Yeah, those are the two, I agree,
Yeah.
church and heating the space.
So I guess you know, I'd want to hear the building department side before I,
Sure.
you know, speak much more about it.
Okay, so how can we actually move forward on that?
I don't think we as a board are empowered to do much with that, as far as the building aspect of it.
Really? Can't have the building?
Oh, yeah, we can ask the building inspector / building department to
Come in, speak
let,
to
to let us know what's
Yeah.
going on. But again, for us to intervene in that, I don't,
I'm not talking about, you know, saying you will go hand out a permit, like, that's their job to make sure that's done lawfully. But I think it is our responsibility to make sure that our employees that we oversee aren't overstepping.
I'm sure that there's something, there may be a code, I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there, yeah, I think we do, but, so I think we just ask for the building department side at this point regarding that particular topic.
Yeah, even just an email, I don't know if.
Yeah, an
do you mind
email's fine,
relaying
that's what I'm
that?
saying, an
Yeah,
email's
I
fine.
don't- Yeah, I'm not looking to do a whole series of meetings necessarily.
No.
I mean, do you
But
mind?
again, I know the two councils have talked, so where does that put us?
On the church aspect.
Yeah, because the general counsel for the church reached out, and that's when I think Tony had asked you to call, because I wasn't here.
Correct.
And then now our council has talked to their council, so.
That I did not know.
I don't think that precludes us from engaging with our town employees on information. We aren't going to
Go to-
one side or the other. We're not making.
No, I
deliberations.
think we can request the information,
Yeah.
but I also don't feel that putting our employee at the podium to discuss it is right
Well,
either.
that's why I was, I know, that's
do
why I
it
was
not.
going down the path of asking
Yeah, no, I think,
to have him send us an email.
yeah, an email's fine, yeah. No, an
Yeah.
email update's fine, just to kind of how, on our side, that's all.
With the whatever RSA or whatever he's
Or
following,
whatever, just,
whatever.
yeah, just the background, that's all we're asking.
Yeah.
I think that's been solved, but I'll figure that out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else, correspondence? I do have some other business.
No, that's all.
I do too.
Correspondence or other business?
I've got a correspondence
Okay.
and some other business.
Go.
Okay. About the cemetery. Last Tuesday, I believe it was, I went over and met with the people from Concord.
Yes, yeah, Dignified, is that who it is?
No,
Or
on
Perry
106.
Monument?
Yeah, on
Perry
106.
Monument, okay.
And two gentlemen came out, and they walked through with me, and I showed them all the stuff that was broken, and
Mm-hmm.
he said, what a shame that they're driving the lawnmowers over and scraping the digging.
The deck on top of them?
Yeah. So they're gonna put a list together. They're the only ones that responded to me.
Yeah.
So I said, maybe put a list together of all the ones that need to be done immediately, like the big stones that are tipped like
Yeah,
this,
or
ready
the
to
broken
fall,
ones, or.
and the
yeah.
ones that are on the ground and stuff. So they're gonna put a list together in priority, and then they're gonna do, with the big stones, they're gonna have to be set in cement. So they're going to give me that list.
It'll probably be spring, obviously, before anything can
Yeah,
transpire.
Yeah, right. And then the ones that are already flat on the ground, some of those are broken in half where they've run up over them, broken them. So they'll do a list of those. And then there's a lot of them that are just tipped. They'll try to.
Just need to be realigned,
Little ones, not bad tip, but little tip.
Yep.
And then all the small ones that are tipped, that are only
Mm-hmm.
about this tall. And then there's some that are broken, snapped off, and put up against the fence.
Yeah.
So they're gonna try to put a list together, and the priorities, how to do it.
Which, in the email we got from Terry Knowles today.
Oh, that's Cypre, I already told them.
Right, well, I know that, but what I'm saying is it was confirmed that while we couldn't use Cypre for the mapping, Cypre could be used for exactly what we're talking about.
inside.
And I think it's time that we start using every dime to repair what
Do
we
it
have.
all, yeah.
Well, whatever we can. I mean,
Right.
it's not gonna happen overnight,
No,
but as soon as we can start the process forward, start doing it.
I don't know what the total amount we can take out in any one year.
You only ever vote to take out 10.
Again, but if they give us a quote for, I'm just throwing a number, $60,000, we can,
If there's 60,000.
if there's 60 in there, we can put that as a warrant article to the voters.
Right, well, I did ask them to try to get this back to me by the first of the year.
Yeah, which is good,
That's what I
yeah.
was hoping,
Yeah, so we can put a warrant article together, yep,
okay?
absolutely, yep.
So that's that. The other thing, when we're talking about cemeteries being cleaned up, I was there Tuesday. I can tell you that Johnson hasn't been cleaned up as of Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
East Ware, Pine Grove, or Center Square has not been cleaned up.
They
They
get
were
till
the
the
major
14th.
ones. There's Pine Needles and,
They were on Quaker Street on Sunday,
yeah.
blowing.
Yeah,
So
so
they-
they may be
they're
working.
around, they're
Yeah,
around.
But what's the deadline on that?
It says by the 14th of November.
All right.
I will say that I'm sure that they are no different than anybody else.
They're not right
I
now.
understand that that we have a contract with them, but I think that it took a bit for us to get somebody to do the cemeteries, period. So I'm not saying that we be extremely lenient, but I'm thinking that we probably don't swing a big hammer at that one.
Right.
Because we
Well,
won't have
We'll get the
anybody.
list together,
Right, but we won't have anybody.
and they'll send it to us,
Why don't you
and,
just present them with facts?
yeah, we'll present.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and discuss it, rather than just say,
No.
no payment, this, that, the big gavel, because
No,
we'll have
That
nobody.
is probably what I said, but that
Yeah.
it is
Yeah.
not the first action.
Okay,
Right.
all right.
And
So-
then the other issue I have is somebody, and they wouldn't give me their name, stopped me at the hardware store the other day and wanted to know what the architect stamp is, why the town is demanding that we put an architect stamp on buildings to be built. Then the next person was a resident that lives over in Old Francistown, very, very upset, wants to know the same thing. And today, when I came home after lunch at 1 o'clock, there was a message on my phone from the same person saying, what's gonna be done about this? When did this even become involved, when did this even start? And I said, I'm not aware of it being started, it's not been discussed with the selectmen, that's what I told her.
Right.
So I said, I'll ask the question tonight.
I don't know that that's true, because you had a resident during public comment get up. Kevin went back to the building inspector, and on the 18th, 9/18, it was discussed about the submittal of.
Right.
Right, so, Article 2 passed on March 14th of 2023, going with the International Building Code of 2018. Chapter 1 talks about the scope and administration, and Section R106 talks about the construction documents, which says that the construction document shall be prepared by a registered design professional where required by statutes or jurisdiction in which a project is being constructed. So that's what you guys were given that night.
Mm-hmm.
Don't remember that,
And
but-
that, because you've gone to
We've gone to
the
that,
International Building Code of
Yeah,
2018
WC.
requires the submittals to be stamped, which we have had a lot of builders that have never had to do that and have, like Hardy,
right.
Mike Pelletier and other ones have been handed the information, and they've gone and gotten stamped drawings. And I believe Kevin, after talking with Jack, the building inspector, also the gentleman Bradley has gotten his building permit.
Okay.
it was discussed that evening about, you know, and there was a change in March of 2023.
Okay.
So that's where that came from.
Okay, so we didn't do any vote or anything.
No,
The town meeting voted to adopt.
yeah.
Town meeting, I
It
understand.
Voted
was
to
Article
adopt
number
that-
2.
that
It was
code.
Article 2, it was yes, 516, no, 231.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's
but
on
it
the
was the
front
town that
page.
voted the IBC in, International Building Code.
Well, the problem is they're doing this second person that spoke to me and then called again today. They're building a small ranch and she's told me it's $2,500 to have a stamp put on it.
It's understood, but if that's what if that's what the town voted to put in, it's unfortunate. So, as far as,
That's just on houses, right?
It's under the scope and administration of construction documents, yes.
So you're saying houses, not if somebody wants to put a barn up.
Commercial's completely different.
Commercial's its own.
But a barn or a garage, that's not covered under
I
that?
think they're all.
I think it's all
mean,
covered
It's a
under it.
building permit, and it says with each permit, the construction document shall be prepared by a registered design professional.
Wow.
I'm not saying that, I'm just saying that I do remember the builders having that same issue with Jack, and that's why when that
yeah,
builder came.
individual came.
Kevin looked at talking
Yep,
with
I
him
remember that.
and did fix it, and this is the piece of paper that
Came out of
Katie
it.
had said that Jack had given to Kevin.
Yeah.
So. Okay. Anything else?
Sorry, going a little bit backwards, I talked about the Klugians, we ended up at, hey, let's ask for kind of our internal town update on that, and then the Pratts both came up, and that's something that I guess I'm still curious about, was they had made a request in October, I think, of this year. May have been DES though, but I guess I'm curious, that's something that, at least I've never heard the town's side of that issue, and they keep coming to us. So just kind of, yeah, we're
was
talking
what,
about hearing
3
both sides of the story.
Yeah.
3 sets of hands ago, at least? Now?
1, 2, 3, we're on the 4th.
Yeah, so it's
'Cause
gonna
there
be a
was-
little bit,
there
for
was
sure. Not saying it can't be done, but it's gonna be a
Two,
bit.
actually, we're on our 3rd set since.
Yeah,
Yeah.
3rd set of hands, yeah.
Is there a list of outstanding issues from
Yeah.
their perspective?
They have one.
They have one.
I mean,
They-
can we have a
I can't
copy of
recall
that?
it right now. They've emailed us a list of
Yeah,
questions
I'd
and
have to go
whatnot that they
back.
consider outstanding.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and find them.
That's it for me.
Okay. James, you have anything?
No, not at this point. There's general questions and things that I've been.
Asking along the way.
Asking along the way.
Yep.
I kind of been making a list of things that, I think we should be talking about at some point in the future, but I don't think anything are, urgent
Okay,
at this point.
all right.
I think it's just, we set in the work agendas, we can
Mm-hmm.
start talking about those for future.
Okay. There was the other business I had, I did watch the meeting from last week. And I know that Ben brought up the fact about maybe tabling some of the work sessions, which I highly disagree with. I think that we still have plenty of work to do in there. We've done some policy work that we needed to do. We still have January coming up where we're talking about non-public minutes. We were gonna do that on work session nights. We still have a solid waste ordinance that we tabled since March that we still gotta talk about. There's plenty to do in between. Here we are at almost 11 o'clock at this meeting, so there's plenty of work to be done weekly. Which leads me to my next topic is I want to let the board know that, and the board can do what they want. I am finding more and more that I do not have the time to commit to be the chairman of the board. It's getting to be daily. So I will try my best if that's what the board wants, but I am not promising I can do an effective job. So, just so you guys know. So, just because of my work schedule, I can't drop it. Like today, there was a couple of, you need to drop and you need to call so-and-so. I just don't have the time to commit to that. Not in my position where I'm at work. So, I'll try my best. If the board wants to demote me, or I'll self-demote, whatever.
Yeah.
And somebody else can take the lead. It's up to you guys, but I just want to let you guys know that really this is not, I'm not doing the job I need to be doing as a chairman. Because I just do not have the time to commit to it. So, again,
It doesn't show.
okay, well, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I think that's something that we should talk about. All five of us can be together. But
That's
I don't
fine.
know- I don't
No,
know
it's
how long
fine.
He said he'd be out.
No, and that's fine. I mean, again,
Can I
I'll
ask if it's something we can,
I'll hold the seat, I'll hold on to it until, you know, we're
All five of
full
us are
board.
here.
And that's fine. We can have that bigger conversation, but like I said, I'd feel as I'd be failing to notify if I said any, if I held it in. So that's
is
what I wanted
there
to do.
anything that we can do to help you in the next week?
It's
that
not,
you know of?
not in the week, not in the next week, not by the time we're gonna be chatting again, or even in the next 2 weeks.
Well,
It's just,
I just wanna make sure that if you.
Yeah.
if we can relieve as much as we
yeah,
can
it's,
until.
it's
the
a lot,
discussion takes
it's a
place.
lot of pointed into it. Why, I don't know. It just seems like it's been a lot in the last few weeks, month or so. But anyways, just want to put that out
Yeah.
there.
Or if there's anything where it's like, hey, this topic
Yeah,
is
I
too
might-
much, and just.
I might be able
carve
to,
something
yeah,
off.
dissect some of it and, you know, whatever, and that's fine. I'll do
Maybe-
what I can.
Yeah,
but-
maybe that's something you can just think about.
Yep. So, okay.
So the agenda.
Work session agenda.
Just to let you know, I've put together a draft, but I've added a couple if you wanna take one and pass
Oh,
it down.
okay.
I already made one, and then just because it was on my plate before, we talked about having just on the 27th work session, and before I forgot it, is we talked about just East Road, so I have given you a draft of the 27th as well. Just for your food for thought, you don't have to do it for tonight. The only thing I would ask you for tonight is, it is a short week, so with Monday night, as you know, you're gonna do the 2 public hearings at 7 o'clock. I put the RSA B, because I wanna know if you want to reach out to this gentleman for an interview. Handyman.
Handyman?
I don't see why we wouldn't.
Yeah.
I think it's worth
Yeah,
it.
I think.
Okay, and then I also had the Forester, and then, we added tonight the, MOU for the CBA, and also Jason's final clean draft of the bonus policy, or the bonus, whatever you wanna call it, on-call bonus.
Right.
So that would be added to the work session that you probably could get through. You have a half an hour. Not sure you get to it all, but you do have the 7 o'clock hearing, and Beth is gonna be here for both public hearings as well as doing the default and the revenue. So that makes for a work.
Yeah, works for me.
Yeah.
Does that work for everybody here? I think the work sessions are gonna change a little bit as we get in the budget season.
Well,
I
because
say a
I'm-
little bit,
Well,
but-
I'm adding different ones to budget. We're gonna have to talk about them as.
Right, and that's what I mean. I think we're gonna be,
Regular meetings,
incorporating things that we normally wouldn't, just because it's budget season, that's all.
just for timing. And your 2
Just 'cause of
holidays. And your 2 holidays in December, I think.
Are really
they're
gonna put the
Mondays.
strain to us,
Christmas and
yeah.
New Year's are Mondays.
Yep.
So we have to do something different, but.
Yeah.
Those are-
I
that's-
did mention this last week while you were gone, Ricky. I just want to keep cognizant of the fact that if it's a work meeting, we're not having public comments. So
Yep.
if we're talking about something that's on the agenda, the
Yeah.
public does not get an opportunity to come in here and discuss it. So-
Right.
Yeah, because it just
Provide
makes it
input.
lengthy, so.
So, no, I'm not saying we should do that. It's just make sure that the topics
Yeah.
aren't ones.
Aren't really, yeah.
Or
Okay,
if-
understood.
Yeah, if there,
Topic
or,
selection.
yeah, don't make a final decision until
Yeah.
after a public
Yes.
comment.
Right, I get you. Okay, yep. All right, if we have nothing else, I will find Jay.
Did he go?
No, I think I heard him.
Probably asleep
I think
out
I heard,
there.
yeah, I think he's out there napping around the
It's
corner.
his
Thanks, Tom.
midnight, 4 AM.
Yeah, there he is. He's back, see?
You wanna make a motion?
Yeah. I'm gonna move that we go in the non-public under RSA 91A3, Roman numeral 2, A and C. Is there a second?
Second,
Moving second, all in favor?
yes.
Aye,
You gonna
yes.
adjourn after?
And we are going to adjourn afterwards.